You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
You know, people ask me who did that. It
Did they really?
Yeah, it was done about 15 years ago now by Jim Melvin,
Yep.
one of the singers, the lead singer and guitarist of Royal Kush Band, and who I love. I mean, I love these guys.
Oh yeah.
And one day, I just said, "I need a theme song," and the next minute, it was there. He also did a song when I suggested we needed a song called 422, and I missed it.
Yeah.
I like that.
422 or 421?
No, 422.
422, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I missed it.
Yeah. So
I
thank
like
you.
him.
Yep. I just saw he just posted a picture with a guitar, so I hope that means they're back in the studio because they don't get in the studio very much.
I think he just added me to a new group.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think.
I don't know. I don't
I
see
don't-
Noakes posting much either lately, so they're both having to work. You know, the life of a musician.
Yeah. My issue now is pretty much all of my communication is done through Facebook. So I don't use Instagram. I don't use TikTok.
Yeah, me either. I have Instagram for the station.
I have Instagram and I don't know how to use it. I
Yeah,
post
me
a
either.
couple things there. I get all kinds of people following me, but
I have Instagram set up to post whatever I post on Facebook. It goes. To my
I need a social media manager is what I need.
Hello.
Somebody that
I work
wants
for
to do
weed.
it all for me.
I
Yeah.
work for weed.
Find me good things on Facebook that I'd be interested in from my friends and not have to sit through 5 million fucking ads.
You know, it's going to get worse.
Oh, I know.
It's going to get worse because they're I don't know if you've noticed the last week, the changes, very subtle changes in the comments. Again, they changed the buttons, where the buttons are and what the buttons do.
Yeah.
They've also removed the unlike.
Yeah. Why?
I don't know. It bothers me. I hate it because I've got OCD and everything has to work the same. Otherwise, I freak out.
I like the unlike button.
I did too. And I was using it.
It came in handy. Yeah, see, that's I think my problem now is I'm getting so cynical at my old age with the crap.
And I've noticed that over the last 5 years.
Yeah, but my Facebook postings are more comments, and they're not necessarily the nicest comments, but
I see that
pointing
as well.
out the
Yeah.
obvious that,
Yes.
you know, a lot of fucking stupid people out in the world. I'll just leave it as that.
All right.
I said
I'm
20 years ago, I was telling people that things were going to get really bad before they got better. And it's
I'm
starting.
tagging you.
You're what?
Tagging you.
Tagging.
We are. Oh God.
We are on the road again.
Live again.
Again. Share, and then I can share. Happy, and they can all
So,
sing.
hey,
and
Dale,
dance
why
and
don't you come
praise.
in here and say hi with us? Give
There
Dale
you
the
go. That's
link
how
and
it
tell
goes.
him get his butt in here. No, he'll run away if you do that.
He'll have some excuse of, I'm watching on my TV.
No, he's not. He's sitting in his fucking grow room at his computer playing with his plants while he's fucking watching us. That's exactly what he does. In fact, a lot of people do that. See?
He just did what?
I don't know.
What did he just do?
I'm high. Leave me alone.
You started the conversation with him.
I don't know. I forgot.
How goes it?
I forgot it. I forgot already. Waiting for Buddy Weeds to show up. He'll be here soon.
I'm waiting for Dale to say, no. He's saying, come on air, Dale.
Give him the link. Give him the link. You know what? Fuck it. Anybody want to come on the show? Here's the fucking link. Come on in. We have room for 10.
Where's the link?
It's right here. I'm going to do it. Oh, no, I can't do it because it's a permanent fucking studio thingy.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm getting the link.
Backspace. So anyways, I think I was remiss in saying, welcome to the show. I am Al, and I am your original type host. I've been sitting here for many years, and my butt hurts. Hey, I got a question for you. Rosa has a cheek thing, a lump that it moves, so it's not, but it might be melanoma or something. So, can I use the same mixture that I made for my tummy?
Yes.
When I burned on that, and will it burn her? I've been cleaning it every day with just water because I don't want it to burn, and she gets very irritated, and it's grown a lot.
Is it open sore?
No, it's like a mole, and she keeps scratching at it and breaking it open. So I'm worried about it getting infected. She's had it for years.
And you can feel a lump there.
No, you can see that there's like a mole there.
Oh, okay. So it's more of a mole, or
it's the same kind of thing that Buster had, a hangy thing. But it's on her cheek. It's right here on her cheek. So she scratches at it when it gets irritated. She scratches on it and then irritates it more, and then it starts bleeding, and then she's putting blood everywhere. That's why I did 4 loads of laundry yesterday.
Yep. You can use that same topical.
Okay, cool.
Hello, Joey Patton.
Who? Hi, Joey. Whoever you are.
Joey is. Darcy's on his way in, Dale. And I sent Dale the link if he even bothers to look.
No, he won't.
Back and find this because
he doesn't like talking to us like that. He just likes to be a voice in the chat room.
Al said he tagged me in something, but I don't see anything.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to tag you. But no, because you know what? Anyways, no, I'm not gonna mention that. But I didn't share it to my page yet. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I may or may not have shroomed just a little bit too much before the show.
Yeah, way to go.
Well,
I I was wrapping Christmas presents because I had to get them out of my way.
One of Dean's daughters got me last year a stocking.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called? That you put up on the thing, the mantle. But it's a mushroom stocking. So it's got mushrooms all over it. I like that. Okay, where am I? I'm Marcel.
Okay, you didn't share it there.
I'm working on it.
Oh.
I've got ADHD and dyslexia, and I can't do 3 things at once like that. You stick a conversation in there, and I'm fucked. Okay, Darcy. I hope you're listening to this, Darcy. You should be. You keep telling us that you listen when you're at work. Darcy,
I don't know.
Are you listening? Darcy, are you listening? All right, there, I tagged you, bud. Tag, you're it. So, hi, how are you? What's new? It's next week, I believe it's next week. Is it next week? Is Hanukkah, the start of Hanukkah. The 14th, so next Sunday. Or no, the 12th. When is it? And then Christmas shortly thereafter. (14th) to the 22nd. Am I a New Year's baby this year?
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I'm going to look. Rosh Hashanah is September 11th. Oh, no, wait. Never mind. I'm thinking September, not January or December. New Year's Eve is a Thursday this year. No, a Wednesday this year.
Can I share it?
I think that we're waiting for Darcy to have that conversation, Dale.
Are we going to? Oh, I'm not on that page, so I can't see you guys.
Yeah. Marcel hasn't loaded that page yet. Shh. Maybe he'll forget.
Marcel forget about his favorite person in the world.
So I'm going to sit here and roll some weed, and Marcel's going to tell you a story. Or do you want to? Should we wait for Darcy?
We can wait for Darcy. I mean,
okay. Would have been nice to have Lenny here as well, since you guys are all out that way.
Yeah, I know. Then you might.
Why does he like him?
I think he might.
Oh, okay. And Mary Jane is unavailable.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
Hi, buddy Weed.
Hi, buddy. Nice to see you. What's smoking?
Our background, from the looks of it.
It keeps getting in. Yeah, but it keeps going into my, like, it keeps leaking into my screen though. I like that I can do that, actually. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's why I never have a camera on, because all you'd ever see is a big cloud of smoke anyways. Because, I got the same clip. Is yours got a curve? Or yours just straight?
I'm straight. What are you talking about?
No. Your forceps and your fingers, do they have a slight curve at the end, or are they just straight?
Slight.
I can't. Okay.
They're real forceps stolen from a real hospital.
Yeah.
Although, if I don't know if they're still there, I think they are. If you live in Toronto there is a medical supply place at the corner of Bathurst and Davisville
That's what I miss about Vancouver.
called Storks or Stacks or something like that. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, you can go in there and get dental tools, forceps, triceps, whatever. You can even, I'm sure that you can even get a commode in there. It's all medical supplies. And and you can just walk in and buy shit. So that's where I go and get my dab tools and stuff, right?
We have one of those in Vancouver that I used to use. And
Yeah.
I used to go there all the time because I could buy whole boxes of syringes and blunt needle tips.
And caps and all that shit.
Yeah, well, no, I just needed the needles and the syringes for inkjet refill kits.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
There was a store in Toronto also.
That was 25 years ago. For
yeah, exactly. Eh? There was a store about that long ago. I don't know if they're still around. They had two different stores called CP Used and PC Used. CP Used was all old used Mac stuff, and PC Used was Windows stuff, right? PCs. Yeah. And it's where I used to buy my computer equipment. It's where I bought the stuff to start the station many years ago. And I miss stores like that. There was a little store on Yonge Street, just south of Eglinton, by the art shop. You know where the art shop is at Eglinton and Yonge? So it's been there long enough. I'm sure you've seen it. But it used to be IKEA, but expensive IKEA. And you could go in and get a couch, fine furniture and stuff like that. And just down the road, there was a little computer store where you could get little tiny. You can't get stuff like that anymore. And then across the street from there, pardon my burping, there was Spytech. Spytech was they sold cameras and stuff. This is before people were instantly having cameras on their computer and stuff like that, right? Like when I got my first computer, my mom asked me what I wanted for my birthday one year, and I said I want a computer camera for my computer. I was studying photography at the time. That's how I discovered CUC Me way back in the day there. And all that was chat rooms with people with cameras, and we're talking 95, maybe even
90.
They turned it on in 92. It wasn't public till 94.
And it didn't get popular until about 96.
Yeah, so 95, 96 is when we started finding these chat rooms that we could go and hang out with cameras on. And then all of a sudden, ICQ and Yahoo and MSN and AOL started adding webcams to their platforms, right?
Yeah.
So now everybody has a fucking webcam now. Everybody.
Yeah, because at that same time is when they started coming out with high-speed internet.
No, when I started my website, dude, I had 2 dial-up lines.
No, I know, but I moved to New Brunswick in 93 or 94. Just after I got there, they wired the entire province with a system called Vibe, which was a fiber optic system.
What's it called?
Vibe, VIBE.
Oh, yeah, I entered in. I was a test home for At Home.
Mm-hmm.
So way even before that.
Yeah, but it was amazing because we could stream movies. The only thing is when you went to stream a movie, it would start playing for about 5 seconds, then it would buffer.
Yes.
As soon as the buffer was done, then you had the rest of the movie.
Our website, our chat rooms, like I had, countless number of chat rooms. and each one was audio video. And but CUC Me was developed to use as a teleconferencing software, or this is before Skype even. Some of my members of my website back then were the original Skype team, right? So the interesting thing about this software is that it was freeware. It was open source, developed by Cornell University, then sold to White Pine Software, and then but we kind of took it over and did it ourselves, right? And there was a whole huge community. I was getting over 1 million hits an hour at one time, dude. Okay, on dial-up. But there was some finagling going on back then, you know.
I really hated dial-up.
I had before I started getting into the chat stuff, I was running What's Up Toronto magazine, and my sister and I published that. And then we took everything and put it online in the form of a bulletin board system, a BBS system, which were hugely popular, mostly in the adult market back then, because the call girls liked to use it because it was secure, right? It was their own personal messaging service for dates. But we took a Mac-based, web-based program and put it online in the form of a bulletin board, and it looked much like what we know in the World Wide Web, right? You could load up the article, the pictures are there, you can read the article, you can listen to the article, you know, you could post a video. But this is back when you had to use 3 different programs just to see a picture. You'd sit there and watch it, scanning, open, oh, look, there's titties. Oh man, she's wearing a bra. You know, this is that far ago. You remember those days, don't you?
I'm figuring it out.
What are you figuring out?
If I post from Facebook, it just posts here. If I post from here, it posts as the 420 radio show on multiple posts.
If you post, but you can select it to post as you. Just don't hit that share your yeah, sure you can. I am posting as me. Hi. Just like you did.
I don't have that option.
You can't post into the chat room?
I can post in chat room, but if I post in chat room, I'm not posting as me.
You see the little button that says all?
Do you see you? Do you see you? It says lifestyleradio.net.
It posts as everything. Yes, as everyone. Yeah.
That's what I get.
Okay.
If I post in here.
Okay. But if you post on the wall in the chat on the socials, it'll
on
come
Facebook,
up.
It just comes up in here.
Yeah.
I knew I could figure it out. If that other one where the all is, I can select who I want to post to, and I don't want to do that.
Never turned on the comments on the stage. There we go.
Now people don't know what we're talking about.
And now I'm gonna run a commercial. There you go. There's a commercial right there for the Hi Guys podcast.
Oh, okay, I got you. I thought you were gonna play a fucking commercial or something there.
Well, soon. It's almost the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm glad we don't have sponsors.
Oh, wouldn't they be mad?
Oh yeah.
Well, no, I think if we had sponsors, then
we used to not paid sponsors, but we had sponsors like the Shatterizer people. They'll always be, you know, with me, because
we should offer sponsorship to people like Shatterizer and
well, they're kind of, you know, families, so they get automatically.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Other ones, there's other people other than Shatterizer.
Well, we're talking about it. We're open. I got 2 fucking networks, a TV network and a fucking radio station, and I'm sure that Al would jump in there too if you wanted to do some advertising on Pace. Hit me up.
Yep, there you go.
Not looking to make $1 million, just looking to pay for shit, right?
Yeah. Get out a new computer fund.
I need to raise $1,000 for a new computer. That's what it is. I'm gonna start using the stars on Facebook.
Do you have a GoFundMe for it?
Never. Speaking of GoFundMe, guess who was on Pace the other day?
Who was on Pace the other
Russell
day?
and Christine.
No way.
Yeah, so I was like, wow, they're still alive.
Right on. And how is Russell? Is he still claiming to be
I
the...
didn't. I haven't watched the show yet.
Oh man, I'm wondering if he's still claiming to be the world's angriest pothead.
Probably.
He lost that title after he met me.
Hey, guess what? That's what.
I'd like to touch base with Russell. I always liked Russell.
You know what? I do like Russell. He was a
Christine
friend.
owes me a painting. That's probably why they ghosted me.
But my issue was when he gets on a tangent.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
He'll drag. I don't. You know, and he'll drag you into it, and then he'll turn it around on you, and I don't do that. So we had to part ways. I wished him luck. You know, I ran his show for a while. Right?
Yeah.
And but just not. There's a few people in the community that I have chosen to say goodbye to, just because I'm, you know, as you know, I can be very hostile about some things, and I don't do that anymore. I've tried to stop that. I don't like being angry, so I've had to decommission some people.
We probably won't have much of a grow segment because I got a lot of reading to do tonight. From the looks of it.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to read you a couple different things tonight.
Oh boy.
When we're talking about Mr. Scott.
Grab a tea and a couple of doobies. Make yourself comfortable.
Yeah. I'll start with a prelude that while my response may seem prejudicial because of my disdain for the individual, I'll give good reason why.
Wait a minute. Just wait 1 minute. Okay. Just wait. Wait. Okay. Just wait.
You play the disclaimer after Darcy gets here, okay?
I'm looking for it.
Okay. I knew you were looking for it. I'll come out with my own disclaimer. Has nothing to do with the show. Scott wants to take me on.
Look at that. I don't even have it here. I have to load it.
Oh my God.
I have our theme song.
Yeah. But not the disclaimer.
It's
we could have gotten in trouble, Al.
Oh God, please. I've already played it. Hello. I don't. You have to remember that with my computers in pieces, everything's scattered all over the place. So I might not even have it on this computer, right? Yeah, I don't have it here. So we'll just have to play the theme song again because it's in there.
Oh, is it?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
I'll do the disclaimer myself. How's that?
No. I have it. I just have to find it.
The comments and opinions of our guests and hosts.
You're watching the 420 Pace.
That's not it.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
That's the start of the show. What the fuck? All right. Anyways, so I'll look for this and you find something to talk about. Hello.
Well, you don't mute my mic and then tell me to talk.
I didn't mute your mic.
Yes, you did.
The
I didn't
program
do
did.
it.
The
Oh, okay.
program did it.
I see. You're saying you go go talk about something, and all of a sudden my mic is muted. Like a little fucking
No,
rude.
I'm doing what I said I was going to do. I'm looking for the disclaimer.
All right, you look for the disclaimer. I'll look at some other news that we can talk about that I don't need a disclaimer for. How's that? The U.S. let's go there. Let the
Yeah,
US.
I'm confused about the U.S. You know what's going on down there. It's you know.
Well, they want to legalize it. They don't want to legalize it. They can't make up their mind. So as soon as, and I'm sure people have seen this, but as soon as it starts being talked about of being
What are
legalized
you doing?
by Trump,
Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this lifestyle radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this
found it.
I found it. Sorry.
Anyways, as soon as any talk starts coming out into the media of cannabis being legalized in the U.S. by Trump, you get flooded with propaganda bullshit.
Well, one person
So-
has this to say, another person has that to say, and they're not saying the same thing or even close to it.
Well, but it's how about all these health scares that are coming out, that there's this new thing called scramping or something like that? Scramping? Something fucking stupid. That they're giving a new name for cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is really fucking rare to begin with.
Yeah, I've noticed this last week that they're bringing that shit up. Actually, it's been a couple of months where they every now and then it goes away, and then every now and then
they give it a new name, right? It's like putting lipstick on a fucking pig. It doesn't change the fact that it's bullshit.
How can somebody diagnose you with that when they don't even consume themselves? You know, I mean,
because of the symptomology, but the same symptomology is a fucking bowel obstruction.
There are other
right?
There are lots of things. I don't know. I went in. I
have a good shit.
I had a panic attack, and I thought I was having a stroke. So I called an ambulance.
Normal for a panic attack.
Well, my chest was coming out of my fucking throat, and
that's what's normal about it. Why people think they're having a heart attack.
Correct. So I called 911 and went for an ambulance ride to the hospital. It cost me $245 to find out that I have cannabis hyperemesis syndrome. And I instantly said to the doctor and the nurse, "Don't even start with me. I'm a cannabis educator. Please try something else."
Yeah.
Okay. I refuse to even hear it. Okay. But there is some validity there, as we're finding out now with new studies. But they're trying, look, the flat outright, they're trying to find a reason to dump on cannabis.
Right. So here's how it is. Years and years and years ago, and when I say years and years ago, I'm talking like 40 fucking years ago, we had this terminology that we use called greening out.
Yeah. And that's all it is.
And that terminology is still used today, that people green out. So what's the comparison to greening out? Well, the comparison to greening out is drinking so much alcohol that you pass out.
And that's okay.
And that's perfectly fine because, they just got drunk. Greening out is you had too fucking much to the point where you made yourself fucking sick.
Correct.
That's greening out.
Correct.
Alcohol poisoning. You had too much, You got so much that you got fucking sick.
There has
Same
to be
thing.
a reason that cannabis is bad.
There isn't though.
But there has to be.
But
There has to be. I'm being the devil's advocate. There has to be.
well, no, they've got to have it because cannabis has this unique ability to do a lot of different things that people don't realize.
And none of it is damage.
No, none of it is damage. Well,
Although-
it is. No, sorry.
Unless you
Part
smoke
of it
too much.
is damage.
Unless you smoke too much.
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of conspiracy theorists are potheads.
Look,
Right.
I wake up in the morning and smoke 6-8 joints before I'm even able to get up and do stuff. Okay. And then I sit around and I do work on the computer or I watch TV or I whatever. If I ain't napping, I'm smoking pot. But
Yeah.
when I don't have it, I can't move. So am I abusing it? Am I using too much? Or am I just medicating to the point where, I mean, sometimes it hurts so much, I have to medicate to the point where I fall asleep.
So
I don't sleep at night.
here's the thing, though, and a cool way to look at cannabis as a medicine. It's a very effective medicine, but it's really effective at low dose,
Yes.
regular basis.
Yes.
High is a side effect.
Or what we call now microdosing.
Right. But high is a side effect.
Yeah. And if you get too high, have something to eat and go to bed.
Or watch some cartoons and eat a bag of chips, right? Do whatever. But high is a side effect of having too much.
Yeah.
So my favorite patients have always been seniors that never use cannabis.
Because they don't know what too much is.
Right. Because I'd start them off at such a low dose and working up over time to a level where they're comfortable, but they'll never be fucking high. And as long as they maintain that dose, they won't get high until they start getting better. When they start getting better, they'll start getting high. And when they start getting high, you cut back the dose.
Right.
It's that simple. It's not fucking rocket science. And I've done it for years.
And if you can't find a way to control that, then maybe you do have a problem. Because you can be addicted to anything. Right? Smokers are not necessarily addicted to tobacco. They're more likely to be addicted to this. The movement of smoking is 80% of the issue with quitting, right? That's why I think a lot of people who switch.
Why did you just come out with a thing here that says, well, there is a fact that the plant is a bioaccumulator, and if the ground it's grown in is contaminated, the plant will be contaminated also.
Correct.
Well, that is exactly correct. But corn, wheat, potatoes, carrots, turnips, onions, anything else that's grown in the ground that's contaminated is going to be a contaminated food source.
Correct.
What hemp is really good at is
filtering out that contamination.
Right. So you go and grow hemp in Chernobyl and clean up the contamination.
Oh, speaking of, I just saw an article the other day, Bud, that there's new fungus spores growing in Chernobyl, where in areas where it was mostly affected, like where the radiation was the highest, they now are seeing new fungus starting to grow. And the animals are starting to come back and flourish without the fucking monster fucking growths and stuff.
And there's also rumor, and I'm only saying rumor because I've seen pictures, but I don't know if it's actually confirmed because they're going to test it. But cannabis being grown at Chernobyl,
yes,
whether it's hemp or ruderalis or whatever.
I've heard this story as well, yes.
But they want to test it to see, because it should be ruderalis, which grows wild in Russia.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's, yeah.
And ruderalis is what, just to explain, is another strain not a strain. Another. There's three different.
I like to call it another genome of cannabis.
Okay. So it's another plant form of cannabis, but it is
Right.
cannabis, and it's what they use to make hybrids. They'll breed it
No.
with that. No.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It's
So what do
only
they use the rudi? I hear a lot of people when they're breeding and doing seeds, they're using a ruderalis
to make them autoflower.
Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. I haven't had any luck with with autoflowers, to be honest.
You what?
I've not had any luck with autoflowers.
I don't like autoflowers. They never produce enough. I mean, if you're gonna put 3 or 4 months into something, anyways, you want something that's gonna have some fucking bud.
Yeah, I hope that happens soon, buddy.
Practice, Al. Practice.
Oh, well, I'm practicing. Getting frustrated, but I'm practicing.
It's a vicious circle.
I'm embarrassed to even show how my plants look right now, but I've re-vegged them, so they're all fucked up. Although there is one that now the very top of it looks like pot again.
Oh yeah,
like the leaves went all round and shit. They don't look like pot leaves and stuff like that. And I had another one seed. So now that one's being the seeds are being absorbed into that one because they're in veg, right?
Yep.
So I don't know. They look weird and they scare me, so I don't even like looking at them.
And they're just ugly for a month or two, and then they get beautiful again.
Yeah, it's been about a month. I'm gonna. I have not taken any clippings yet, but I'm gonna. Don't smoke barley. Drink it. Oh, okay. I get you.
And so you only get adverse reactions when you burn contaminated product, and no problem when digested.
Well, wouldn't
not an issue. I'll tell you what. I'll teach you how to make fucking oil and your own medicine, and you can eat all you want and never worry about toxins.
Okay.
See how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I keep getting people on messaging me on LinkedIn who are trying to sell me equipment. Yeah, that's my reaction too. With what buttons?
Well, no, because I'll make a lot of comments on a lot of different posts, and I made one the other day, and the post was something about you have a guy standing there with a swimming pool full of bud, like a kiddie pool full of bud, right? What would you do with this or whatever?
What do you think I'd do with it?
Well, I start some seeds and grow some plants, harvest it, process it, take a picture to show off, and then start all over again. And then I put, but some of us don't bother to take the picture. That's what I posted as a comment. Within seconds, you should contact me for the best genetics and seeds. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's unreal how quick they can be.
Here's the thing, okay? You get so many of those, you just start ignoring them, and then somebody legitimately comes along, like Mars Lighting, okay, and says, "Would you like to test our products?" And I said no because I thought it was a scam.
Oh, you silly boy! Testing the products, I'll test anybody's products. You got a product you want me to test? Sure. I'll test it. Do you want a product you want me to buy? Only if I'm fucking shopping for it.
See, here's the thing. They offered me lights to test and review if I paid the shipping.
I can understand that.
I don't have the money to pay the shipping, so I couldn't even do that. I'd still happily review their
Sure.
lights.
Dale has cuttings, but it costs him $80 to ship them overnight.
Exactly.
Right.
This is why we don't share our cuttings. We've been trying to find ways to do that cheaply for years now.
Well, you won't get cuttings overnight, ever.
Well, you know what?
Not
I
where you are.
honestly think, I mean, they send plants in the mail all the time and they arrive. And I honestly think if you packed it in a tube with a little bit of water and just thrown it in an envelope, 3-4 days, it's going to fucking survive.
Yeah.
You know, a week,
Sometimes they
no.
do.
A week, no.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't.
Okay.
This time of year is a bad time of year to be sending
Because of the
plants.
cold, you know, it may be sitting in a truck for overnight or stuff like that, right?
To get to you would definitely be sitting in a truck overnight.
A couple of days.
Yeah.
It typically, like my sister sent me a box of stuff. It took 2 days to get here, and it was delivered to my door from Alberta. But yet, when you order from a business, it takes a week or sometimes a month if the post office isn't being nice. Are they even open now? I don't.
Post office? Oh yeah.
Stop checking.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but they're open.
Are they on a work like a thingy?
No. Well, I see our mail person goes by every day. Doesn't stop very often because it's.
We don't have mail delivery here at all. Yeah, you either go to the post office or to one of them boxes at the end of your road.
No, we still have mail delivery here for some reason.
Yeah, Ontario's on the verge of cutting that out.
What? All mail delivery?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Remember when it came
Nova Scotia is pretty rural, has a lot of rural areas, so to put a community mailbox on a road that's got 5 people that's 20 miles long.
Well, they're talking about cutting those out now, and you know, I guess they'd have to add more boxes, right? There's 4 or 5 rows double of boxes. They've got a lot of boxes there. But the odd time, like Pure Later will deliver to the house if you request it. UPS.
I get everything delivered to my house.
UPS and FedEx have combined efforts to make a new service called Fed Up.
Yeah, I end up ordering a lot from Amazon, and it was funny. One night I made an order for stuff from Amazon, and it said it would be delivered on Monday or whatever, and that's fine.
I've had that, and it stays that way for a week and a half.
No, the next day I get a message saying that half of it is shipped and will be here on Monday.
Huh.
And I'm thinking, okay, what about the other half? A little while later, I get the other half is shipped. It'll be here on Monday.
It'll be here on Wednesday.
On Monday, they showed up.
Huh.
2 different shipping companies.
Ah. I ordered something from Vancouver, and during the first round of mail strikes, and they assured me that it would be sent by Pure Later. Pure Later was so overwhelmed, it took 14 days for me to get that parcel. When I called to complain, I found out that Pure Later is now owned by Canada Post.
Yeah.
They're basically, Pure Later is basically Canada Post scabs during a strike.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. That was funny. 14 days.
Like Buddy says, if they cut out home delivery, how will I get all my junk mail? If they cut out home delivery, our mail carrier would be really happy. I get this catalog every, I don't know, it seems like once a month, but every couple months from Uline, which is like a
I love Uline.
supply company. Well,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
send
no,
me
I've actually been there because Paula used to send me to Uline on my way to the lounge because it's in Mississauga.
yeah. Well, have you ever ordered from Uline?
Yeah, I've been in.
No. Have you ordered and had something delivered to your house by Uline?
Yes.
Has
I've
Uline ever gotten your address?
probably because I've ordered caps through them.
Yeah, but you've moved since then.
I've moved several times. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So somebody's getting your fucking Uline catalogs.
I wish I was getting them. They're probably going
You
to
just
the
go
apartment.
online. The whole catalog is online. That's
You
what
know
I
the
don't
catalog.
understand.
You know the catalogs that I miss?
What?
Lee Valley.
Yeah, I like Lee Valley. 'Cause I like
Lee
cool.
Valley. My
But-
mom and I. My mom used to take me to Mississauga to the original Lee Valley store, and we would be there for fucking hours because her boyfriend at the time was a contractor, so he had a,
Yeah.
you know, and we would be there. She'd get knobs because I grew up renovating houses with my mom, right? So that's where we would go. We'd go to Lee Valley because you could get old knobs that were new that looked old.
Yeah.
Locks and stuff like that, like high-end woodworking material and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Are you high, buddy?
Me?
No, I do it, buddy.
Oh. I might be, but it's Friday night and I'm worked my ass off all day and got a whole bunch of wrapping done and
I already unwrapped my present.
one of the kids wants me to teach them how to wrap.
I unwrapped it and then wrapped it. That's the only wrapping I'm doing.
Is it a gift to yourself?
I don't usually buy gifts for too many people. I like to give the kids stuff because, you know, Hanukkah's the thing, but you know, I'm Jewish and I don't do Christmas, but
Do you do the 8 gifts of Hanukkah though?
When the kids were younger, yes, we
Okay.
did. My mom was very instrumental in all that. She liked to do that stuff with the kids, right?
Yeah.
But now it's you know what, you don't even send me a birthday present. Fuck you.
Yeah, you get used to that.
Yeah. David said David moved into his apartment. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna. David moved into a new apartment the first of last month, and
Yep.
he's loving it and that, right? So Kelly says to me, so David walked in and said, I'm gonna ask Alan to buy me something for my apartment. And I was just like, are you serious? I said, he knows I'm broke, right?
What's he gonna ask you to buy him though?
I don't know. I'm like, no, sorry. Yeah. You know, when
Is he working?
He's working more than anybody I know. He's working 40 hours a fucking week.
Good. What's he doing?
He's a bad boy.
Cool.
And he does restock.
So have you been seeing a lot of these posts about tipping in the US?
I go in. I like Subway. We have a Subway here.
Yeah.
And it asks if you want to tip them, and I'm like, no.
Right.
And I do understand they're making a living and that's their job, but they're being paid to do that job, and they're not bringing me my stuff to my table. So why should I be tipping somebody at a fast food counter?
Exactly. So in
I'm
the
also
States, but I'm seeing a lot of these posts where people are saying that if you can't afford the tip, then
And
don't
you
go
shouldn't
out
be
to
going
eat.
out. Yes. Yeah.
And when they first started, it was a 30% tip. Now it's gone up to a 40% tip. So let me give you some math on this. We'll go with a 30% tip.
But it's usually what, 14% here?
What? Tip is whatever you decide to fucking give,
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yes.
right?
There
But
is a
let's do some math on the 30% tip. If you have a waiter or waitress that is getting paid in Canada, getting paid, say, minimum wage of $15 an hour, all right, that's pretty fucking low. But they're working as a waiter or waitress, so they rely on tips to get them through. On a half decent shift, they have 10 customers. Each table pays $100. Each table leaves $30 tip. All right. How much money did they just make in that hour for bringing you your fucking food, doing their job that they were already paid for?
I always tip when I'm in a
Buddy
restaurant.
says 10% is a fair tip, and I agree with Buddy. And I'll tell you, I've walked out with a lot of places without leaving a tip because they didn't warrant a tip. I've
Oh yeah.
tipped
Oh, yeah.
more than 10%. I tipped more than 10%. Actually, I gave a
But I'm
20%
not
tip
tipping
tonight.
I'm not tipping at a fast food restaurant
No,
where I'm going up to the counter and walking out with it myself. Yes, they've
right.
prepared my meal, but I've paid for that meal, and they're being paid by the company that they're working for.
That's like tipping in a drive-through,
If
right?
it's one thing if it's Christmas and somebody's celebrating a birthday, that's different. But
No. Here's how it is. I'm more likely to give a tip than most people because I pay cash for almost everything,
me as well. Keep the change.
right? So I'll say keep the change. If it's $4.75 for my
Some
order,
people are offended
here's a
by that.
$5.
Some people
Here's a
are offended by that.
what? That you only got the quarter?
The rounding off.
Too
But
fucking bad. Then give me my change.
I'd rather just say, no, I'm not giving you a tip because you didn't really serve me. I mean,
Yeah.
tips are for serving. I don't want to say servants. Okay. That word is gone long time ago. But tips are for people in the service industry that are doing a job.
So let me tell you this.
But isn't a tip more of a gratuity than anything?
For the service, yes.
Yeah.
We
just lost 2 people because of this conversation.
In the early 80s, back in my young military days, we were getting ready to go to the Middle East. And to not disrupt the economy of the Middle East, you're taught a few things. Number one is you do not tip ever, because tipping is actually insulting. And this is what we were taught. And we were also taught never pay list price for anything. Barter. Because if you're willing to pay the list price, they're willing to jack the price up for the next person. So you barter if you go into a little shop for something and you think it's too much for it, to pull an elm, jew them down.
You know what? I not to change the subject, but I have always been a fan. I don't know if you know this. I always been a fan of the show Monkey Garage with Richard Rollins. Do you have any idea what he's done?
No, I don't even know who he is.
Richard Rollins is the king of cars on Discovery Channel. He's got had the number one show, Monkey Garage. These shows started. Jesse James was the one who started these shows with Monster Garage. Right. So Monkey Garage is or Gas Monkey. Sorry, Richard Rollins apparently was faking VIN numbers, printing fake documents, and even changing numbers on VIN codes and then sending them out of the country and then bringing them back, and then they're basically scrubbed clean, right? So there's been a big lawsuit over this. Now,
Oh, cool.
I watched a video. There's a video on it on YouTube. No, it's not cool.
Why?
The auto industry, because the guy's a crook.
Yeah, but it's cool that they got caught.
Oh yes, it's cool. I mean, there was a big investigation, but the automotive industry as a whole is where you get your shysters and your salesmen, and I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
So,
what you can do? It's not going to get any better.
I said that, didn't I say that when we were chatting earlier? It's going to get worse. Yeah. Unfortunately, and I have not turned into the skeptic that you have. Okay. But
I'm not a skeptic.
You're pretty skeptical about some things that are going on.
How about I'm a realist?
Okay.
Yeah, there's
my God, I just looked up at the camera. Holy fuck. Hi, I'm Santa.
Yep.
But what's this?
A
6-wheel Lambo and Ferrari.
Or a Ferrari. Why?
I think it's a Lambo. I think I saw something.
Why? Why? Why do that?
Yeah.
So you can be famous.
I don't think I'd ever want. I drove a Ferrari from one of the gas stations, not gas stations, service stations that we delivered to when I was working for Queensway Auto Parts. The guy let me take a Ferrari out for they used to lease Ferraris in Toronto. I can't remember the name of it, and it was the worst driving experience I've ever had in my life. And I like driving. They're fucking hard to drive, right? At least you get in a truck, you double clutch, and it goes, right?
Yeah, you ain't driving my truck.
Fuck.
I don't know. There's I don't drive at all now.
Well, how long has it been since you drove?
Since 2009 or 2010.
I am terrified. They've now made some changes to things here in Ontario, and the minute you turn 70, every 2 years you have to go and retest. And there's a cognitive test. There's a cognitive test now, not just driving skill. And eye and drug screening are all compulsory.
Yeah. So
once I turn 70, I've got a few more years to go, but then I'll be doing it. So I don't envy 70-year-olds. My mom didn't have to start going in until she was 80, and I mean she passed away. Thank God she didn't get to go for her license again.
my mother's going to have to do hers.
Is she a good driver though, or does she like to take on buses?
No, she's an overly safe driver, but
my mom used to have wars with buses.
Yeah, my mother wants to. Well, my mother won't drive in the city, but she wants to move from where she is to another spot because if she's got to do the driving test, she'd rather do it there than where she's living, and she wants to move anyway. So. Which is fine and good, just a little further away.
I drove for 10 years, almost 15 years without a license because I was so afraid to go in to do a test.
Yeah.
And I've been driving all my life. I used to drive a truck. I mean, that doesn't mean I'm a good driver, but I am. You have to trust me.
Yeah. See, with me,
you grow up in the era of the Blues Brothers, and you have the city of Toronto to roam around in a Dodge Dart. You learn how to drive. No, there ain't no power steering there.
No, I learned to drive when I was very, 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 very young. long before I had a driver's license.
Army green Dodge Dart. It was my buddy's parents' car, and that's what I learned how to drive in. And
I learned to drive.
It was one of these drive down the road like this.
I learned to drive in a Mini Minor.
I've heard of them, but I don't recall what they are. The first car I ever drove was a Toyota Camry, and it was a stick shift.
Fuck no! I was driving long before there was any Japanese cars here.
And that was in PEI. I was about 12, maybe 11, 12.
Oh no, I was driving before that.
Just on the lap.
I think
when we were kids, we used to do the Florida trip every year, so there was some driving on the highway.
I was 11 or 12 when my grandfather taught me how to drive standard shift on the fucking wheel.
I was 11 or 12 when my mom's boyfriend would say, "Alan, hold the wheel so I can pour this glass of wine."
No, and then
my parents would have wine and cheese parties going up and down the fucking internet or the interstate between Toronto and Florida. They would have wine and cheese parties in the front while we were harmonizing, my sister and I, in the back, terrified that Larry was going to drive into a fucking truck.
Let's quickly go through this. Start with a Mini Minor. Went to I don't know if it was a Ford or a GM.
A Mini Minor, is that like a mini car truck?
Austin Mini car.
Oh, an Austin Mini, yes.
Tiny little car, right?
Yes, I remember. I like those.
I was back in the 60s. Then I went to the truck.
Now they have the mini. They have the larger minis, the SUV minis. No.
Yeah, and then went from that to a Nova,
Chevy Nova,
and then all different cars because we had all kinds of cars all through that area.
My buddy had
Then I went into military and learned how to drive military Jeeps, military trucks, armored personnel carriers, tanks.
I got chased by a tank.
Then I learned how to taxi around a snowbird. You know the jets, the Canadian military snowbirds?
Yeah.
Learned to taxi those and trackers.
Cool.
And then I stopped learning how to drive military vehicles.
But you had your license taken away when you got diagnosed with MS? Or before?
After the seizure started.
Then that's the thing. Like I feel so sad for my little one Emily. I mean, she's grown up, but she's got epilepsy and she's fighting with seizures and she's got type 1 diabetes. She's in and out of the hospital monthly, and she'll never be able to learn how to drive. So I told her, I said, when you come and visit, I'm going to teach you how to drive. Even though you can't get your license, I'm going to teach her how to drive. I taught her sister how to drive.
Well, it's not just that. It's a good life skill to have in case of an emergency.
And it, yeah.
Right? If there's an emergency that she has no choice but to drive, it's a life or death emergency, drive. Fight it in court. It's always fun.
That it is against the law for somebody with epilepsy or who has seizures. My friend had a heart attack while he was driving. They took his license away until the doctors cleared him. You know, and people don't. Last winter, I had my car wouldn't start. I had the snow was too high. I couldn't get rid of the snow. Like I couldn't even get out to get it to a thing. I was without a car. I fucked up my knee. I couldn't walk. I was in the house, as you know, for 3 of the 4 months of the winter.
Yeah.
I felt I had to depend on other people to get me shopping and to get to appointments and stuff like that. And I fucking hated it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I hate it too, but
my problem
is I could probably drive now, but there's
How long
always
has
a
it been
risk.
since you've had a seizure?
Mm,
I learned I was
probably
15.
a minor
buddy.
one 6 months ago or so.
I was
Right.
15 years old, buddy, when I first started driving because I took young drivers.
Oh no, see,
So you're allowed to
were
get your 365 at 15 if you took young drivers.
we were farm and woods kids, so I mean, driving tractors was
I
just
grew up, like I
normal
said,
for
I
us.
grew up in the city of Toronto. The cops knew us well. We used to chase each other around the city quite regularly. I had many visits. If you know what, if they had, the street racing clubs and stuff like that, like they do now, if they had those back then, which I'm sure they did, they were just very private, I probably would have joined one.
We had our own.
Well,
we
I
had
mean,
we had our own rally course.
if you wanted
Pen up.
back then in the 60s and 70s, you were either a biker or you were a hippie. I mean, that's just how it was back then.
No,
Right?
not if you grew up in the farm country.
No, I'm talking about in the city.
Yeah. See, I
You know.
didn't grow up no, I grew up in the 70s in the city, which was all fucking.
I grew up in the 70s in Yorkville, in Toronto.
I didn't grow up in a very friendly place.
How much
right?
more hippie can you get?
Yeah.
You know,
And then we moved right out into the middle of farm country.
I didn't do that until I was in my 30s, as you know, because that's when we met.
And it was still fun,
Yeah.
right? Doing farm, yeah, I had a lot of fun in the city because I was doing city things. Get to the country, I do country things. Some
I
country
go out.
things are going out and spending $500 and buying an old beat up Toyota so you can drive it in the woods and beat the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I've never been one to go out and do stuff in the city or anywhere really alone. A lot of people like to go do things alone. I don't. So I'm more apt to go out, do what I got to do, and come home. Right. I went to a couple of concerts before I moved up here alone. James Taylor alone, because my sister had moved and we bought the tickets together. And I didn't enjoy it.
I've done a lot of alone things. I've gone to the movie theater alone.
I used to do the movies alone because then I don't talk. If I'm alone, I won't talk.
Well, I don't talk at a movie anyways, but
usually if you go with other people, there's some conversation there, and I don't want that. My mom would just sit there. We didn't talk. A movie theater is the only time I will stop talking.
See, I was trained as a sniper, so I got to spend a lot of time alone.
Yes.
Right? Sitting out in the middle of nowhere with just a radio.
I was just alone because I was, was just alone. I had a lot of friends when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
But as I get older, I find myself alone.
Yeah.
Right.
That's because we scared them all away, Al.
I miss the having somebody around to share my day with.
Yeah.
I miss
all
that.
Right, let's find a woman for Al.
I don't miss a woman. I don't miss. I don't even know how to have a conversation with a woman anymore, but I'm afraid to say anything. I like to flirt. I like to talk naughty, and nobody wants to do that anymore, right? So
my problem is I like to learn, so I ask questions.
Well, my problem is I've started having naughty conversations with myself, and it's not working out that well.
I'd have conversations with myself, but myself is a fucking asshole. Right?
Well, that's the thing. I keep saying no.
So, Darcy's late. Let's start talking about Scott.
All right, you go ahead, and I will listen because I have no idea who this Scott dude is.
Okay, so Scott Armstrong is the new Nova Scotia Attorney General.
Okay, so the king shit of the pile.
Yeah, and he's just come out with a statement that has ruffled more than a lot of feathers
against cannabis, obviously.
Yeah, but a little background on Scott. Scott used to be a federal member of parliament. One of Harper's.
I just want to say is if this conversation gets back to him, and you, sir, would like to come in and rebut.
Oh, you're more than welcome to come and face me.
So, go ahead.
So,
just putting it out. Hold on. Just wait 1 minute, please. Hold on.
Your disclaimer.
Yep. I went and downloaded it and everything.
Are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not?
I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Okay, there you go.
So, Scott was a member of parliament for my riding back at the time when I was really, really sick and really, really needed some assistance.
And grumpy.
And yeah, well, no, I wouldn't have been grumpy if I got some fucking assistance, but I started pleading for help from my member of parliament, who ignored everything that I sent him. So I sent it to other members of parliament. They contacted me right away, rather upset that he didn't, and wanting to know if they could go and speak to him on my behalf, which I said more than once, yes, by all means. Actually, I think it was Stouffer to smack him up the fucking head for me. Call his constituents office, contact them. Actually, I sent an email to him. His office turned around and called me and said, "We're going to have Scott call you right away. This is very important." Never heard from him. Yeah. He never did. He fucking ghosted me almost as bad as Maureen McDonald did at the same time. So I was fighting provincial government and federal government at the same time.
While you were sick.
Try,
and this is all to try and get help. H-E-L-P. Help.
Just to get help from my member of parliament who was elected to fucking help me, but totally ignore me. So then he loses his seat and they've got a new election coming up and he's running and shows up at my fucking doorstep wanting me to vote. So he got thrown off the property. Told that if you ever, he stuck out his hand to shake hands. And I said, if you want me to rip that off and shove it up your fucking ass, I'm more than willing. And that's how the conversation started. So I told him to stay off my property. And he sent two of his flunkies to find out what my problem was after I'd already explained what the fucking problem was.
Because he wasn't listening. Yeah, okay.
And I explained it to them. And then I went on a little tirade on the internet and for this area on Facebook and explained exactly what Scott Armstrong is. It's a useless piece of shit that all he wants to do is try and make a name for himself because he would never survive in a real job in the real fucking world.
And now he's the Attorney General.
Just wait. So then he don't got no more federal fucking paycheck. Which means he's got to go get a real fucking job. Can't do that. So what's he do? Runs for provincial politics, but not in my fucking riding. And Darcy's mother's riding, I think. And now he's been appointed as the Attorney General for Nova Scotia. So if I sound a little biased, it's because, yeah, the guy's a piece of shit. But this just is going to help prove along of what I'm talking about. So, according to him, this is the directive that came out. The province is taking a more aggressive steps to address the growing public health and safety risks posed by illegal cannabis. Today's step, December 4th, Scott Armstrong, Attorney General, Minister of Justice, directed all police agencies in the province to intensify enforcement aimed at stopping illegal cannabis operations and report back on their activities.
So illegal cannabis is more dangerous than legal cannabis, is what they're saying.
Illegal dispensaries pose a real threat to consumers, to youth, and to the integrity of our regulated system, said Minister
doesn't work.
Armstrong. That's the only one that it affects. We have already taken steps to confront these risks, but the challenge is evolving, and so must our response. Protecting Nova Scotia means strengthening our efforts, advancing new measures, and shutting down this shadow market before it can cause more harm to public health and safety. So the fucking guy does a press conference, and all the media are there, and he's spouting off all of this bullshit. The media are saying, wait now, where are all these illegal dispensaries?
Sorry.
There are no illegal dispensaries in Nova Scotia because they're all on native land.
But they consider those illegal. And those are the ones he's talking about. You know,
In his fucking warped brain, yeah.
Yeah.
So, of course, this has caused a bit of an uprising with a lot of the people that are in this industry. And to the point where the chiefs have responded to the letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General. All right. So it says the 13 Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq chiefs were surprised to receive a letter from the Nova Scotia Attorney General and Minister of Justice this week. In his letter, Minister Armstrong stated that all cannabis retail activity, including on-reserve activity, must operate under the existing provincial framework, and noted that he issued directives to the RCMP for enhanced enforcement of illegal cannabis dispensaries, including on-reserve dispensaries.
are they lumping what they would consider illegal grows at home as well?
No.
Okay.
Prior to federal legislation of cannabis in Canada in 2018, the Maluktuk Sagmac
Don't even
Assembly
try, you'll embarrass yourself.
reached out to Nova Scotia government to share understandings on what the regulation of cannabis could be in the Mi'kmaq communities, along with what Nova Scotia was doing in the rest of the province. The province rejected those requests, so our regulatory system could not proceed. The result is exactly what we predicted, a system that does not and cannot work in our communities. Attempting an approach in 2025 that ignores previous opportunities to work together and the formal existing channels to work nation to nation is disrespectful. Although our perspectives may differ, it's important to state that the province does not govern our communities, said Chief Terrence Paul on behalf of the Assembly. We have a right to self-governance and self-determination. This is a clear example of what happens when the province will not come to the table with us from the onset. An archaic government process we've experienced far too often in our communities. Minister Armstrong's directive to the RCMP, inaccurate information provided both in writing and to the media, plus citing a court decision that is currently under appeal, only frustrated the Assembly further. The RCMP must respond to the priorities of the chief and council in each community, continued Chief Paul. Minister Armstrong must understand that the province does not have jurisdiction to govern our communities, nor do they have a complete understanding of what happens in our communities. Therefore, they cannot decide what is best for our members.
Did you watch the broadcast?
No.
Okay.
The Assembly was disappointed with the
I did, Al.
I was waiting for that.
Assembly was disappointed with the lack of understanding of the treaty and Aboriginal rights and title implications with Minister Armstrong's statements. We hold Aboriginal title, Aboriginal rights, and treaty rights over our territory of Mi'kmaq. This jurisdiction protects our autonomy and our identity. Nova Scotia must realize that a non-collaborative approach has never nor will ever be appropriate or acceptable, said Chief Paul. So basically, he's just told Scott Armstrong and the RCMP kiss their fucking ass. You had the chance to come to an agreement ahead of time. And now, because Nova Scotia liquor isn't making the money they thought they could make by selling shitty fucking chemical-laced weed and mold, they're all upset.
Look, you know what? The indigenous population on reserves have the right to grow whatever they want, really.
Yep.
And that's a historical right.
Yep.
Not a hysterical right. And you know, here in Ontario, in Tanganyika, they have been going after non-indigenous growers on indigenous land. That's a different story, and it's a whole different animal than
it is
what you guys are going through. Darcy, I'm gonna let you, because you said you watch it. I'm just gonna put your mic on audio because you're really, really loud. So
I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, so that's why. Sorry.
Oh, you ever loud?
I know that's what I'm working on, but I'm turning him down. I'm turning him down. Give me a count, Darcy.
3, 2, 1.
There you go. You watched it. What did you pull from it?
Well, I watched it. What I pulled from it was Scott Armstrong retracting everything that he was saying in the conversation that he said. He was retracting everything he said by saying, well, I'm not saying I'm going after Indigenous people. Well, guess what? I don't know too many dispensaries in this province that's not on a reserve.
It's not 118, that's for damn sure.
That's for damn sure is right. So therefore, you are going after reserves because the reserves don't want to work with you and the NSLC, because what they want is they want them to buy product from NSLC, which is then NSLC getting their markup on it. See, there's the whole thing. And they can complain about it's the kids, Al. They could care fucking less about the kids. And I'm being honest. It's the tax dollars is what it comes down to, because it ain't this. It's unsafe product.
Yeah.
I don't know about Marcel, but I'll go on the.
Well, you know, but
I'll go on the record and say it right now, Al.
That's the only argument they have right now is.
No, they're trying to say it's health. Dr. Strand just put out a new thing this afternoon saying that illegal cannabis is poisonous.
But this is what I'm saying. That's the only argument that they have is health reasons and kids. And two reasons that really aren't really a factor. I mean, if you drink too much, you're going to get sick. If you smoke too much, you're going to get sick. And this it's fucking stupid. There's no really difference. There's no difference than going 10 years ago. Like 15 years ago, going to Buddy down the road and buying a bag. You don't know where he grew it. You don't know where it fucking come from. You don't know what chemicals were used on it. Do you?
Hey,
no, you don't. Yet you make a big fucking deal. We are privileged in Canada to now be able to walk into a store and purchase cannabis the way we want to. Are there too many?
But we can't.
Yes,
we can't.
Why can't we?
We cannot purchase because we can't see what it fucking looks like.
No,
so we got to go in and buy a sealed package. We take it home. We open up. It's full of fucking mold.
Although they have changed that. There are windows now that they can use.
They don't use them in the tin can.
They're starting to appear. Their ounces are starting to come with windows on them.
Yeah, sucks when you open that. Sucks
when
you open
the only thing up until now, the only thing that we've been able to do as far as legal purchases go is what I call the squeeze test, the squish test. Right? If it's really hard, I don't want it. It's going to bust up and it's going to be all powdery and shit. I want a little bit of squeeze, and that's the only way that you can do it. Going into an indigenous store, you can talk. Hey, what do you think about this strain? I haven't smoked it, but I hear other people have liked it. You know, you're not allowed to have those conversations in a legal store anywhere in Canada, but you can at an indigenous store.
Well, this is it, Al. I mean, back in the day when you went into your buddy's place, he pulled out that bag. You got to look at it, smell it, see it. Sometimes he even smoked.
Even try it. Yeah, try one. Yep.
Yeah, he said sometimes if he was really trying to sell you on it, he'd even smoke a joint with you first. Right?
Oh, that was usual. You know, I
So-
mean, one of the things I used to love about buddies who dealt back in the day, it was like, you know, when they called you over and said, "Hey, I got something for you to try." They had a new bag, right? And it was something new, right? So
No, what I see is going to happen here in the province is you're going to see them go in. You're going to see the RC. What you're going to do is you're going to see the RCMP being kicked off of all native reserves.
Yep.
And that's going to be dangerous because the RCMP is really their police force.
Well, Millbrook has their own security police force that they could.
They do it at Alderville as well. They actually have a police force in Alderville, and they will sit out where the OPP used to sit to deter the OPP from sitting out there.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So, I mean, how hard would it be to send, you know, for the 13 tribes in Nova Scotia to send their people, their policing people away to, say, Ontario or Quebec to be trained and then come back? Because I know they have their own police forces up there in Ontario.
But just wait. The amount of money that's allotted to them to cover the cost of the RCMP would still be allotted to them for their own police force, which means they could have a pretty good fucking police force because the RCMP
is it not the reses and the chiefs' decision whether or not they have their own force or invite federal police?
Yes,
it's up to them. It's the same as our town, like, or the town that I live in. We have our own police force, but
do they
if they wanted to get rid of it, they could hire the RCMP.
Would they allow provincial police or only federal?
Who? We don't have provincial police.
We don't have provincial.
We have provincial. We have Ontario police.
The closest to provincial police you
Right,
have in Nova
but you
Scotia
don't
would
have
be
RCMP.
Halifax.
We have the Ontario Party Poopers.
Yeah. Halifax has HRP, and they'd be the closest to a provincial police that you would have in this province because they have a lot.
They're still
of
a city police.
They are, but they go all the way right to the end of Halifax County now.
Right, because they've turned that whole thing into a municipality,
into one big super city.
Yeah. It's not 15-minute city either.
No, from Halifax way down to the other end of the shore, it's like what, an hour and a half drive.
Yep. It's a lot of 15-minute cities.
Yeah. So, but no, Al, they're playing ball here now, and I'm just going to see where it lies now.
Too bad.
What their argument is you're saying you have treaty rights, but there's nothing written in stone for your treaty rights. So therefore, we're going to step in.
It's an inherited right. It's been there forever.
I know, but the way they're seeing this,
It's just the same thing. You know, now they're talking about removing inherited rights, meaning if your parents are Indigenous, doesn't mean you are. Unless you're born in Canada on a reservation, that doesn't mean you're going to get Indigenous status now. Métis, they're talking about removing Métis status.
Well, they've been trying to remove, I hate to say, but they've been trying to remove the native out of the native in Canada for the last 150 years.
Oh, I know.
And
that's what the residential schools.
But yet they praise them. They praise them when necessary and when needed.
I know. In the way that they're going to do it, Alice, they're going to breed it out of them, right?
And that they can do by not allowing inherited status.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden, one of your parents is half white. Well, guess what? Now you got to have more of a status to get your status.
What I'm worried about is like my friends' kids. Some of them have status because their father was Indigenous, and what I'm worried about, and they've all gotten their status here, but what I'm worried about is, are they going to have that removed now? You know, like all these.
You know what I'm worried about?
All these people who have applied for status because their parents are Indigenous, are they all going to lose that status now? You know, because they're talking about making these changes here in Ontario. I don't know about all of Canada, but in Ontario, yeah. So it's not fair. It's not right.
It's not right, Al, because you think of the amount of money, just the amount of money that the government has to spend just to fix the water situation.
Don't even get me started, dude. How much money are they? I'm not. No, I don't even want. You know where I'm just going to go, and I'm not going to say it.
It's a lot. It's a lot of money, and they still haven't fixed that situation. So,
but yet they're fixing everybody else's fucking situation that comes into the pantry.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the $5 billion they made off of cannabis? How
much a month does a new Canadian get when they come here as an immigrant?
$3,000
a month. $3,000 a month. I don't even get that as a Canadian citizen that's disabled.
Fuck, I've got to fight to get Canada pension now.
Huh?
I said I have to fight to get Canada pension and haven't worked in almost 2 years.
Oh, everybody's going to have to fight with Canada pension coming up, buddy.
You know, like, you're not disabled. Well, what the fuck am I in a wheelchair for if I'm not disabled?
Yeah. You know, they refused my niece Emily's application for ODSP the first 2 times, saying that she's not disabled. She's got type 1 diabetes, in and out of the hospital weekly with fucking seizures from epilepsy. She's not disabled. She's now on it because most of the time when you appeal, you get a good something good out of it. But it's fucking ridiculous. They are supporting people that don't. I don't even want to go there.
Good, because we just lost another listener because of it.
So. We lost 2 more listeners.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. You know, like, I mean, I
do you know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about that this revolution is going to take too long and I'm not going to be around for
it. Good possibility, Marcel. Good possibility. But on
another note, you know what really sucks? There was a time when you could have a conversation about things like this, and there wouldn't be any arguing. It's just a conversation. Now, I open up my mouth, or Marcel, or you, Darcy, or anybody that does the show with us, and we say the wrong thing, and we lose listeners. And even though our opinion is ours.
Wait now. If people haven't figured me out by now, then they don't deserve to fucking listen.
But you know what? Here's the thing: for every 2 listeners that we lose, we get 6.
Yeah, but my attitude is I'm not here to make anybody fucking happy. I'm here to live a fucking life that I don't want to fucking live. How's that? So if I come up across miserable with the truth, suck it up, princess. It's still the fucking truth. It just came across a little blunt.
Yeah, that's boy. I usually shut my mouth and don't vent things out a lot. Is because
I'm not. I just don't have those conversations anymore.
I just don't want to.
Well, I just keep my mouth shut more because I don't have a filter. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything for anybody.
Let's look in as an example, okay, of the current life situation here in Canada. We had an event in Toronto a couple of years ago, and they had asked people not to put up flags, and yet one of the vendors put up an Islamic flag in the middle of a hall with cannabis people, and people flipped out. There were racist connotations thrown around. There were it got very verbal, and I honestly.
But why did they put the flag up?
Because it's it was their right to put a flag up.
But they were told ahead of time that no flags.
Correct.
Then they didn't have a fucking right to put a flag up. If everybody else was agreeing to it, they have the right to fucking agree to it or not show up.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes.
I don't care who they are. It could have been a fucking pride flag for all I care. It's the same fucking thing.
but this is my point, and this one thing that happened turned this whole event into a racial slur.
Yeah.
And that's, you want to put a flag up, you go ahead and put a flag up, but to put a flag that represents something that most people don't agree with,
it basically represents a culture that we do not agree with. Yes, you're right, Al.
Well, no, hold it. No.
I'm really getting. Hold on, let me finish. I'm really getting sick of this Muslim this, Muslim that, Muslim this. It's not Muslim people.
No,
it's the culture that they are brung up with. People are either inherently good or inherently bad, and and then you get your odd middle of the road people that just don't give a shit either way.
Monkey see, monkey do, Al. Right?
Correct. But to sit there and dump on people that really have no reason to be dumped on.
No. But it's not that.
I get it. You know what? I get it. I don't have the same rights. I don't have the same rights, Marcel, in a country that I was fucking born in and raised in. I do not have the same rights right now as somebody, what they call now a new Canadian. Doesn't matter where you're coming from. A new Canadian coming into Canada has more rights at this point than a fucking Canadian does.
Well, yeah. Of
I'm
course.
just sick. I'm just sick of hearing people say
we have a liberal government that thought this would be the ideal way to piss off fucking Canadians so they could sell the fucking country out to fucking China or whoever else had the most money.
Correct.
Right? But that's basically what they're fucking doing. They're funneling so much fucking money out of this country and giving it away to be given back to them through their fucking little offshore kickbacks, that this is why we have what we have.
And why senior citizens and people who are on disability are starving.
And I honestly think, and I honestly think that they're also want to push that divide between Canadians and people, because it just takes a distraction off of like what Marcel just said
of what they're doing.
They're doing. Yes.
So if they get everybody to get fighting against the pride groups, right? The whole LGBTQ alphabets. Not making fun of you, just tired of all the fucking letters. It's stupid. All right. But if they get everybody fighting against those guys, then they're not noticing what they're doing in government.
Well, they
and
want
what they're giving away.
They want everybody.
Now they've got everybody fighting against Muslims. So it's Jews against Islamists, and everybody fights amongst each other without realizing who they should be fighting against.
You know what? I grew up in Toronto, a Jewish boy in Toronto in the 60s. And I've been called a kike and a few other choice words over the years.
I can also say I never ever heard that.
I remember coming out of my cousin's bar mitzvah and seeing swastikas painted on the side of a synagogue. Okay. And I'm sorry, although it's getting close, you ain't seen racist unless you grew up in the 60s. Okay.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. What I've been watching lately is
lights on, tent sipped, timers click. That's it. Lab coat, cutoffs, boots. He yells, "It's grow time." Darcy struts in like a mad scientist, measuring soil like it's rock and roll physics. Got charts on the wall, got snacks on the table, says this late night lesson's highly medicinal. He's cracking jokes about his fertilizer stash, dropping puns so bad we actually crash. Everybody names like it's part of the crew. Meet Larry, that's Susan, they're stronger than you. It's grow time with Darcy, turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild-eyed weed machine. Growing with Darcy is a who. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time with Darcy, doctor of the funky root. He's got goggles on, but they're fogged to hell. Says that just proves the humidity swell. Pacing round the room like a coach at the game. Everyone hydrate. Label every strain. He checks one plan, says this one's for pain. This one's for sleep, this one's for migraine. Prescription of pedals in a plastic pot. Side effects include having a blast alarm. It's grow time with Darcy. Turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild-eyed weed machine. Growing with Darcy is a hoot. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time with Darcy. Step 1, water. Step 2, light. Step 3, rock harder. All day, all night. Sativa, indica, hybrid delight. White lab coat, panty underneath. He's the only doctor with a backstage pass and teeth. If laughter is medicine, we're overdosed fools. He winks, class dismiss. Follow grow room rules. Hey! It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
So hello, everyone, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable. We're joined by a special guest today. He has been fundraising and doing things in the cannabis world for a while. And it was about one of those times that we got a chance to talk with him. Unfortunately, our Nate Landau reached out to him and basically reeled him in. So we want to welcome Chris Boudreau, the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce. So first off, welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I appreciate, I don't know how many of you are American veterans, but for those who have been, I appreciate and want to thank you for your service.
Yeah, we're a group of international veterans. So everybody who's part of our group is a veteran outright. So first off, thank you very much for joining us, and let's get right into it. Our first question, as you can see, it's a multi-part question, but it's a simple one initially. So how did you originally come to cannabis? It's a tiered question. So how did you originally hear about cannabis? When did you first try it? And when did you decide it was going to be your life's work?
Yeah. So when did I first hear about cannabis? That one, I don't know. That probably goes back a ways for all of us, right? When I first tried it, maybe high school or college. As far as how did I decide to get into the cannabis industry, though, that's a little bit different story. I was actually an executive in banking, and my bank went through a restructuring or basically collapsed during the financial crisis. And I was pretty young at the time, relatively, and in a place where I was competing against guys that were much older than me for a job in a job environment where it was very tough in banking for those top positions. About 35% of all banks were out of business, and so I was in a place where I was like, okay, maybe it's a good time for me to start a business. And so I spent a few months looking around at business ideas in 2008. This was a very tough, for those of you that are younger, this was a very, very tough job market. For those of you that were working at the time, you remember it was a very scary time in the economy. And I kept coming back to this idea, and I've been fortunate to be able to predict a number of economic events. And I kept coming back to this idea that cannabis was going to become an emerging market. The timing was right for cannabis to start blowing up in a bigger way, that the laws would change and we'd start to see more opportunities. So in 2008, I got in and started developing my first business.
Outstanding. All right. So next question will go to Councilmember Marilyn Mathry. Marilyn.
Hi, Chris. With your background in AI-driven customer growth platforms and corporate transformation, how did you leverage data, technology, and and narrative strategy to make cannabis businesses more attractive to investors?
Question. Unfortunately, it was kind of the other way around. So, I started in cannabis in 2008, as I mentioned. That was long before anybody thought AI was coming or had any vision that it would be coming soon. But what happened is during my time operating cannabis businesses, and I've had multiple businesses that I've built and sold in the cannabis industry. During that time, I started to see a trend in things that I needed in all my different companies. And at this point, I've had cannabis licenses in 5 different states with several businesses. And so I started to see that I kept having the same issue in every company. I kept needing technology that would incorporate a CRM, incorporate customer service tools, and incorporate marketing tools. And I felt like AI was coming soon in 2020. So I sold some cannabis companies, and I felt like AI would be coming soon. Another prediction I was making was that I think the AI industry is going to start coming soon, and that we're going to start to see more automation, and you'll be able to see more of these tools incorporated. And so it was actually the other way around. It was my cannabis businesses that led me to start thinking about things more, and led me to the thought that I think we're going to see AI incorporate these tools. And I actually stepped back. I shut down my AI company last year because the AI is taking longer to develop than I thought. But I think in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see companies offering a system where, if you've got a smaller company, you can have a tool that will talk to your customers for you, that will take that information and put it in the CRM, and that will also do marketing for you. So I think let's say it's 2 to 5 years away, probably more like 3 to 5 years away. And I couldn't wait. I couldn't keep paying for everything while we were waiting. But yeah, it was actually cannabis that led me to AI.
Right on. Wow, that's an interesting. Yeah, you hear of more recent people, getting into AI as opposed to seeing it. So it'll bring up some questions that we're going to throw your way further on down the line. All right, Michael Crowitz has our next question. Council member.
Thank you. Hey, welcome, Chris. I am really fascinated by your last answer. I'd love if you could throw a little more detail in the margins of this answer, but it's sort of, in a way related. You've worked at the intersection of innovation and regulation. How can veteran communities be better represented in policy-driven industries so that their lived experience informs system design?
Yeah, that's a good question. And so, in my, let's say, the mid part of my career in cannabis, there was a vacuum in, let's say, 2015 to 2018, where there was good business people needed. You had a lot of cannabis advocates. You didn't have very many, we'll say, seasoned business people in the industry. And so there was a need for support and lobbying with business people. And I got pretty involved at the state level, not really at the national level, but I got involved at the local level in a pretty big way in the state level. So I do have some regulation experience and some policy experience. And I think, how can they get better represented? I think veterans have one thing that there's no other community has, and that is that legislators have such a high regard and great respect, or they should, but it seems that they do, at least as politicians, they talk it up like they do, but have placed so much value and respect for veterans that I think as a veteran, you have a little bit more of a window and an opportunity to actually get in and represent yourselves. And so whatever it is, I would say, speak up, speak out, approach your politician, just understand they're humans too. And so, how would you want to approach them? I often see people get excited and activist stuff that we see on TV, right? And they go in very aggressive, and that's not helpful. You're not going to get very far with that, because then it's just going to put them on the defensive. So as a veteran community, I think you've got a wonderful window. I've known a number of veterans that have done a lot of great work. I know Nate knows Brian Buckley. Is there anybody else on this call that knows Brian Buckley?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's part of our group. Yes.
Okay, and Brian's a great guy, and I've seen Brian do some great work because he can go in and say he's eloquent, he cleans himself up, and he's got a great story, right, in his military record. But you can get it done just like Brian. I think you just have to go do it. Mike, I'm sorry, does that answer your question, or is that so?
Well, I think what we're seeing all too often is kind of two levels. One is you got the sort of activist community that has sort of taken a step back and allowed for paid policy individuals from various companies or various conglomerates and whatnot take their place, often either directly training them or handing off the baton on what they were working on, and that's fine. That's good. I mean, we don't need the work, but on the flip side of that, when it comes right down to it, we've tracked like the CANRA, for example, the National Group of Cannabis Regulators, and even though they have a national group, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to really talk to the regulators in any sort of informed way. I mean, we work in many different states. Many of us have a lot of skin in the game, so to speak. We know how to interact in various states. That's an intractable issue, even for us, working with veterans all over the country, to have an impact in so many places. And we have someone like Kevin Sabet with Project SAM that actually has very well funded misinformation campaigns in every state, sort of chewing at the edges, like entropy of the truth and the evidence base. So anyway, that's the landscape that we're in, and we're just trying to figure out how can we actually get our in a meaningful way, how can we get our experience into this system without breaking our backs to do it and reinventing the wheel?
Yeah. No, I think it's easier than you think, but I would recommend you go direct. I think you've nailed it. There's a lack of lobbying organizations in the industry that would represent veterans in a I think a focused way. I think the lobbying groups that have power and ear are very focused on the people that are supplying them with the most money. The organization I represent, the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, is not a lobbying organization or an advocacy organization. We're really more of a professional network. But I think you've nailed it. And I think because of that, especially in cannabis, there's not a good group for veterans that I have seen to go through and work with that group to talk to regulators and policymakers, legislators. No, and to be fair, I'm not saying that there's not a group in the industry that does that. I'm not saying that there's not a group in the industry that does that. I just don't know of any. I've seen some groups in the industry that are veteran focused. I've seen challenges that they've had. I've heard about challenges they've had. I haven't seen them do work that I felt was effective in getting longer term change accomplished.
Well, just to follow up, that's one thing that we're also acutely aware of is often the entities that are the most vocal, that are the most effective at self-promotion have the least, as I said, skin in the game. And that's not just a problem within drug policy and cannabis, but we see that even, in the broader Veterans Affairs world where, a lot of energy goes into entities and organizations, some of them that aren't even real. That's a big fraud problem, raising funds based on, saying you're going to help veterans. So, this is a systemic problem that we're trying to deal with, but inside the cannabis space, I guess we just thought we'd have it a little bit easier.
Well, to a certain extent, we did. That was one reason why you're actually meeting right now with a group of veterans who actually lobbies on Capitol Hill. Because I helped form the National Cannabis Industries Association, I would call in favors and say, hey, can we jump on board? So in 2022 and 2023, we went down to Capitol Hill and we had 26 meetings in a couple of days, Nate, Mike, and I, and, we did a follow-up the year later, but we found that the politicians aren't so necessarily interested. I mean, they're more than happy to give us FaceTime and the pat on the head, but when it comes to brass, and when things get done, they want to hear us around the access to legislation, but then it moves forward. We've met with the Cannabis Caucus members as when it was, effective. Unfortunately, it doesn't have an effective leadership at the moment, and they're kind of sitting back idle where it used to actually lead by example. So yeah, we're not sure which directions they head because we've done the direct as well, and it has definitely gotten us traction and has definitely gotten us to what we were lobbying back in 22, which was to have access to, doctors recommending medical cannabis. And we got that across the line this year, only for it to actually be pulled in the 11th hour, 59th minute. So again, unfortunately, by Republicans. So that's one thing that we want to figure out how to get that over the line and not get the scissor cuts in the middle of the night, which have happened every single time to us veterans. So they're happy to talk with us, but they're not happy really to move forward on legislation that would impact us, unfortunately. But we're going to continue. We're not going to stop. So with that in mind, next up is Council Member Nate Landau with his question. Nate.
Hey, Chris. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here with us. My question is, pulling it up. From a risk and governance perspective, what structure helps protect vulnerable populations such as veterans from exploitation as emerging industries scale? Thank you.
Good question. I've worked in a couple emerging markets with where I've been fairly ahead and been able to watch them develop. I don't want to sound dismissive, or I don't want to sound evasive is the word I want. I don't want to sound evasive, but emerging markets are new industries, right? Like there's no structure. In fact, usually in an emerging market, you don't have any supporting businesses or ancillary businesses. You just have a couple people starting businesses that would lead the way. And so, unfortunately, there really isn't those structures. It takes a more mature industry to have those structures. It's a good question, but unfortunately, it's a tough one. I think if you're speaking about cannabis, though, cannabis, in some respects, as an industry, is mid-developed. As a professional trade, a legal professional trade, it's very new. But as an industry, it's like if you ask people how to grow cannabis, they have a good understanding of how to grow cannabis now, right? Like this isn't something we're started, and there's companies growing it at mass scale, true mass scale. They know how to manufacture, they know how to make products. So, you know, for the most part, I think it's a fairly seasoned industry, but as a professional, you know, as a professional industry, it's still got some development. And so I'm hoping that we see more of those kinds of things coming into play now. And humbly, in a more mature industry, I don't know how those things are best done other than by great groups like your group. You know, I think it takes people raising their hand and saying, hey, we're not being represented in the right way, and speaking up. Um, uh, and forgive me, that I don't know a ton about that, but that's my impression.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for that. All right, next up will be Mike Davis, council member. Welcome.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, so you've raised capital across multiple business cycles. What lessons from traditional capital markets should cannabis and emerging plant medicine sectors take seriously as they mature internationally?
It's a great question. You know, I think in the 2015 to 2019 or 20, let's say to 2020, there was one massive mistake that both businesses and, to be fair, investors were making. And that was, people were assuming that just because some guy spoke with authority that he knew what he was talking about. I saw multiple decks from cultivation companies that were like, okay, by year 3, we're going to be doing 100 million plus in revenue. And most of those companies are dead, right? And I see Etienne laughing, right? Very, 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 very few of those companies actually ever achieved anything even slightly close to the projections they had. And so I think in the earlier stages of the industry, there was assumptions made about like, what does it mean to have like a large indoor cultivation site? Because people had done it, but it was all, I mean, I've had cultivation in the past, but it wasn't to the scale and wasn't run professionally with the kind of funding that we've seen in that 2018 to 2021 window. So I think the lesson I would learn from more mature industries that are, let me back up a little bit. If you take a really mature industry, it's perfectly stable. There's not a lot of innovation. There's not a lot of newness. And so it's tough to look at its learning lessons. I think you have to look at something in the middle, and say, well, what have you seen from other maturing industries? And I think that is, we have to look at things like being conservative in your expectations and your estimates, knowing that there's going to be things that you miss. You've nailed it with this question, because if you think about it, cannabis in the US is decently mature and is relatively stable. You're not going to squeeze much more cannabis out of most of the Midwest states. West Coast states, some of the Midwest states. Like our organization's working with a group in Nebraska. Nebraska's not going to be Nebraska, if it comes online, they're not going to see this massive increase in the amount of cannabis being produced and sold because there's just not that many people there, right? And so for the most part across the US, there's not a huge amount of opportunity left. But internationally, we can expect a lot of evolution. What does it mean to package and sell and ship, from some state in the US to some state in Europe? Do they even want it? I know groups right now that are doing stuff in like Morocco, or like Ghana in Africa, where they can grow it very cheap because labor and land and all of that is very cheap, and ship it straight up. And they don't have to ship it by boat or by plane. They can go from Ghana or from Morocco or some of these African states up into Europe at a very low cost. And so there's a number of things that I don't know, and we're going to see a lot of very interesting opportunity. But you've nailed it. I think what's going to happen on the international scale next? Do we find that they just decide not to grow much in Australia because it's too expensive for them to grow indoor? I don't know. Or, what kind of things do we see? I don't know, but I think we have to look at. I guess to answer your question best, and forgive me because this is a very interesting question, Mike, but a very complicated one. I think what we'd have to do to really look at that best is to say, what relative industries, in agriculture, do we see that are doing things, and in what countries do we find are doing them best? which ones are importers, which ones are exporters, how do some of those laws. And so it's a multi-dimensional question and answer, but it's a good one. And I think it's probably the one that's the most exciting in the next step for cannabis.
Right. Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Marilyn Mathery.
Alrighty. You've guided multiple companies in 7 to 8 figure outcomes. Can you walk us through how you helped cannabis operators position their businesses for investment, especially in an industry facing unique financial and legal challenges?
Yeah, yes. And I do consulting both in cannabis and outside of cannabis. This question is a lot easier. So the first thing you do, if let's say somebody somebody following this says, I need to raise money. You've got to look at what your vertical is, and you've got to say, okay, what's a reasonable amount of money for what we're trying to do. So, for example, if you're a retailer and you're saying, I want to raise $7 million, that's not a reasonable amount of money to raise if you're trying to get your first location running. If you're an indoor cultivation site, 7 million might be reasonable. So you got to look at, what are you trying to do first, and then figure out what's a reasonable amount. Next, you've got to start getting together a really good business plan. You got to have a good business plan. You got to have an idea of what it is that you're doing. So if you're a brand new business, you need to put together some reason that an investor would say, I love your idea, and your idea is different than all the other businesses out there. Because if you come in and say, I just want to open up another store or another cultivation site, they're going to say, there's so many businesses already struggling. The markets are oversaturated in almost every state. How are you even going to compete? Much less, why would I want to invest in that? I don't see that as a good opportunity. You'd have to show something that makes yours different. We're better because we're going to do this. You got to, in pitching to an investor is very much so telling a story. What is your story, and why is your story different? Why is your story better? Why does your story tell somebody, I'm going to make a lot of money if I invest in this? I want to invest in this. And if I don't do it now, I'm going to lose my opportunity. Because a big part of investing or getting investors is creating that FOMO, making them think, if you don't get into this now, somebody else will, and they're going to make a lot of money. And then you're going to look back and go, you know what? I saw that opportunity and I passed on it, and I invested in these 3 other things and I lost money on all of them. I should have done that. And so FOMO is a huge thing for investors, and they don't like to hear that. It's not something any one of them will be like, oh yes, but it's true. And so you got to have that compelling story. And then the last piece of that is you need to put together a presentation for investors that sells that story. It doesn't have to be super complicated. It shouldn't be super long. 7 years ago, it was very hard to get good information on this. Now, you can have AI write half of the deck for you. It's very easy now. There's so many videos now. There's you can look at so many resources online quickly and easily to get an idea of how do you put that presentation together. But you need to follow what is a fairly standardized format for investment decks. And then you need to tell a story of what makes you compelling, what makes your opportunity compelling and better, and how are you going to make that investor money. And then the only last piece I would say is you need to put together some projections in that. And sometimes people need help with that, but you need to put together an outline of how the numbers will line up and make somebody money, whatever it is that you're doing. So if you're looking to start a business, or if you have a business that's running and you're like, I want to open a second location, or I want to expand, wherever stage you're in, if you're looking to raise money, all of those things apply.
All right, next up will be Council Member Michael Krowitz, but he has a question for you about Morocco, since you brought up Morocco beforehand, and we actually reached out to Morocco on some information. So, Michael.
I take it you want me to ask him about Morocco. So, yeah, we went down to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and went to a multinational sort of Caribbean-focused cannabis meeting down there. And
that was in October of this past year.
Yeah, that's terrible. I'm so sorry that you had to suffer through that.
Yeah, work is tough, but somebody's got to do it. So anyway, one of the more interesting details that came out of that meeting was our friends over there at Transnational Institute out of Netherlands reported that indeed Morocco had set apart a portion of land in their reef valleys there as a sort of designated zone, a protected area for in local or indigenous genetics, to try to protect that region from genetic pollution, if you will, of the crops that are used for cannabis products. And we're extremely interested in that process, especially because we think that part of sustainability and part of creating a added value and something that patients will really value increasingly in the future are these small plantations of cannabis, craft cannabis, so-called cannabis appellations, terroir cannabis, land-raised cannabis, a lot of different terms for the same kind of idea. So, but anyway, if you know anything about the Morocco experience, can give us any insight on that. We're really, very interested.
I know a little. I know some people that were doing consulting for the Moroccan government on literally directly. One of them would talk with the king sometimes. But I also know that the politics over there were very, very challenging, and that group has since decided to step back. I would say if your ambition is to learn how to build, smaller sites that were successful, if you go a little bit north of where Nate lives, there's a lot of opportunity to learn. And people that would be, maybe not easily approachable, but more accessible and approachable than people in Morocco. That would
that may very well be true. So our question, it deals with veteran services, but before I read the question, I want you to open up your mind a little bit. When we say veteran services, we basically, there's three different things we're talking about. One is direct veteran services that veterans provide, like a nonprofit that pays for veterans cards and introductory visits at the doctor to get recommendations for medical cannabis, for example, or some that even act as a intermediary, making cannabis itself accessible through benefit charitable donations, etc. And then there's the activist community, without which we talked about that before, and then finally veteran services themselves, which are more difficult to get funded under the VA. So I want you to even include that in your mind, how the better services maybe that aren't available. We've looked at cultivation, horticultural cannabis cultivation as a potential what do you call it, occupational therapy, things like that might be able to be done by the private sector for the VA in some sort of relationship when they don't have the funding and are not going to be appropriated the funding to do that kind of thing. So anyway, all those things I would put in your mind. And the question is then, veterans focused nonprofits and advocacy groups often face chronic funding challenges. Based on your capital raising experience, what sustainable models do you see for financing veteran services without compromising independence?
I think that's a great question. I think, a lot of my experience in some of these aspects is limited to just the cannabis industry. I know a little bit anecdotally from other models and from research in other industries, but I don't know a ton. So I'm gonna speak to cannabis specifically. And what I would tell you is, if you were to take some time and do some research, not that you would want to, but if you did, you would find that the cannabis industry not only has very much so struggled in a very, very massive way in terms of which is normal, by the way, for an emerging market. It's normal for an emerging market to get oversaturated and then to go through a contraction period. And cannabis is in its contraction period, which is exacerbated by two things. One, it grew too big. It ate too much sugar. It grew too big, too fast, because it came from something that people didn't understand, and because it had been illegal, and then all of a sudden it could be. So it had kind of like this explosive growth, but then it's contracting faster and harder because it's got 280E, this federal regulation and this IRS tax rule where it's very heavily overtaxed. And where that takes the biggest effect is that most people thought cannabis would be legalized by now and that would be gone. And that has stretched out. And so what's happened is, and there's not good data around this, but I think that between, let's say, 2021 and the end of this year, let's say in the absence of the Schedule 3 activity that Donald Trump's talking about, if that hadn't happened, I think by the end of this year, we would have seen probably half of cannabis businesses close, somewhere between half and 2/3. We've already seen so many close. There's not good data about how many opened and closed and how many are still surviving. But I have a feeling it's probably like 60% that we'd see. Conservatively, I'm going to say 50%, and maybe as many as 70%. Now, what the effect of that is nobody has money. Nobody has money, and so Etienne, you'd mentioned you were a founding member of NCIA. Is that did I hear that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So I don't need to tell you the story though of how MCIA is doing, right? NCIA, which was
well, the same thing as I created Americans for Safe Access amongst others. So, yeah, it's very hard to be a nonprofit out there because everyone's struggling. And then to be a cannabis nonprofit, I mean, Mary Lynn Matthews does Patients Out of Time. She has her own nonprofit, and they just held a conference last year and spent more money than necessarily they could bring back in because people are so used now to going virtually that to show up in person is something that's a challenge, right, Mary Lynn?
Yep.
So it's a reality, for everybody. And you hit the nail on the head. People had all these grandiose expectations, and, they all kind of lived off of the prohibitionist mindset of that prohibitionist dollar, right? They all thought that, that $4,000 a pound that was happening in the underground is going to happen to me. And that's why you talked earlier about those companies that had these outlandish projections that you saw me laughing, guffawing at, right? Because, my 10-year tenure at the NCIA, I watched people literally come and go along the way each tenure, you know what I'm saying? And as people came in with, pie in the sky ideas, but, which it always makes me wonder is how a small dispensary like myself, after 26, going into our 27th year, can continue to survive in the overregulated, overtaxed market. And it's very, very challenging for us, because there's a saturation now because my cities and saw that the tax money that I was bringing in got so excited they figured, I'll bring in 3 other dispensaries in the city and make even more money. And like every municipality, what did they find out? They found out that the money then spreads out evenly. It doesn't all pool and become, massive and everywhere. Maybe if we were still the only 6 dispensaries in America, yeah, sure. But, that's been since 2000. So, now there's over 10,000 dispensaries, right? So on top of that, there's an inclusion of people, places, and access that we never thought possible. So we're not happy with this child that we raised. It's kind of an asshole, and we have to kick him in the butt constantly right now. And he kind of stole all our money. He went literally into the fucking back room and into our closets, took all the money. And now we're all standing around going, well, look at this fucking asshole we raised. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, this is where, the venture capitalist became the vulture capitalist that, sucked a whole bunch of money out of people. I mean, they made a lot of money. I mean, people did well, don't get me wrong. Some people are sitting on some islands, enjoying, polishing the fins on their sharkiness, So I think it was a bloodbath, and I think it's going to continue to be so for some time, at least here in California, and without any cohesiveness nationally. Biden started the rescheduling. Trump's taking, the credit, but he may be able to move things along faster than, the hearing and all of that's taking place. Because we definitely know Kevin Sabet and his shenanigans are going to come out and whip out their lawsuits against. We already saw today. There's 2 Republicans trying to already kibosh, rescheduling again, because who knows, but it's just a reality that we're facing. So we just have to keep our head down, keep our focus on, and keep driving forward. I trudged through 26 years, got to where I am. I can continue trudging, but at some point, where does the trudge lead, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, next up will be Mike Davis.
Well, and just really quick, I was going to have one last thing to kind of round out the answer, and that is that I think because of the nature of where the cannabis industry is at, it's a very, very tough time for any nonprofit But what I can tell you is the only way to grow as a nonprofit, the only way to gain members and gain access to membership or build revenue is to create value for people. What are you doing? And I think that's one of the bigger challenges of the trade associations in cannabis is they didn't evolve in a way. In the beginning, there was nothing, right? Very, very biblical sounding, but in the beginning there was nothing there, and we had to create it. And there was a lot of value in having these trade associations that were working with the government to open up opportunities and create access to legislators in a way that had never happened before. But then we hit 2020 and you had a number of states, you had 2021, 2022, you have all these states that already have it. And they were still just kind of doing the same thing. They didn't evolve their business model as things changed, and they weren't creating value. And so that's why I think they've struggled. Whatever you guys do, whatever any other group does, if it's a veteran focused group, you have to figure out who are you creating value for, and what is that value that you're creating for them. And if you can find that, then people will come.
You have to build it, and it's got to be strong. I've built strong organizations, but what happens, right? Those good people drift, go, or they get pilfered. We saw good activists jump into the hemp field, and there were few and far between. And then we saw it get saturated with, diluted very consistently, very quickly. And that's where we saw the water get so clear that the sharks came in for sure. All right, next up will be Mike D.
That's me, Mike D. So
I like the Beastie Boys.
So before you apologize, I've been sick, so it's difficult for me to kind of speak a little. So
no worries.
Before you came on, Nate was, we discussed about your background, and I was kind of very excited and very interested to hear about the Chamber of Commerce, Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, and everything. I'm retired, medically retired Army after 15 years, and one of my things that I did in the Army, I was an Army recruiter, and part of that being an Army recruiter, recruiting business, I would go and visit like chambers of commerce and stuff, and work with them. So I'm kind of fascinated about the whole cannabis chamber of commerce thing, and how it kind of operates. And, for the question that I have for you, is, kind of what motivated you to start the cannabis chamber of commerce when there were already many cannabis organizations, and they were on the decline. And then kind of as just a little bit more to kind of add to that, as someone who's kind of worked with Chamber of Commerces in the past, how does your kind of cannabis Chamber of Commerce is there some sort of parallel with kind of like a normal, Chamber of Commerce? Yeah.
No, thank you. It's a great question. Or a great couple of questions. And just to make sure I understand, when you said how does it compare to a normal Chamber of Commerce, did you mean normal and the Chamber of Commerce? Because
not normal, the organization, but just like a regular, just like a regular Chamber of Commerce. Yeah.
And for anybody in your audience that isn't familiar, NORML in the National Organization of Marijuana Legislative Reform, I think, it's something like that. NORML is more of an activist educational organization that has been around a long time and has created great value. But we're a business professional network, business oriented professional network organization. So I had been sitting on committees and chairing committees with the California Cannabis Industry Association and with the National Cannabis Industry Association. And at the time, those were the two biggest trade associations in the industry. I was very active in CCIA and somewhat active in NCIA. And it hit a point in 2019 where I had licenses and I was running different businesses in 3 states. And, by some measures, I was doing pretty well. And then I was volunteering my time in this. And I had one of my partners in one of my businesses say to me, like, why are you putting all this time into this? And I was like, that's a good point. We spend money on membership. I spend a chunk of time doing this stuff. I'm doing lobbying efforts, and I get nothing from it because they weren't as focused on their members. They were focused on the agenda of the executive directors, and that was mostly to work on kind of more advanced lobbying efforts with CCIA and the national efforts with NCIA. And not that they weren't worthy, but they just didn't really provide value for me and for other businesses. And I looked at that and I thought there needs to be like a chamber of commerce, very similar. So, to answer your question directly about that, the whole idea came from looking at chambers of commerce, knowing and having participated in chambers of commerce and saying, this is a business model, first of all, it's very successful. And our organization's a nonprofit, so it's not like I'm making money and I looked at it like, oh, I can make this successful. But what I looked at was, this is obviously something that people want and need. This is in demand. It's been very successful because it's a good thing. And we don't have anything like that in cannabis. At the time, every single trade organization, there was hundreds, was just focused on lobbying or advocacy. And I was like, this is crazy. There needs to be a business focused that doesn't, because the other thing is, and Etienne, it sounds like you've had some experience in some of the bigger groups. So and forgive me, Mike, I don't know if you do or anybody else does, but there was so much arguing and infighting in the trade associations. There was so much, and it would take up way too much attention and bandwidth and negative feedback from people observing. And I was like, I don't want anything to do with any of that. I don't want to do anything with. So I said, we're going to do something different. We're going to create an organization that's focused on creating business opportunities so that people can connect and find ways to do more with their business. We're not going to focus on complicated and antagonistic efforts in lobbying. We're going to focus on ways to find common ground and help people come together. And I'm going to be very careful about who I let into leadership was the other piece, because I'd seen so many contentious cowboys out there that come in guns blazing, and they were like, we're going to do it this way, and you guys don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you, because I know. But yeah, no, please go ahead. I see your hand raised.
I didn't mean to interrupt or anything. I was just going to wait until you were finished. And I don't know if this has already been mentioned since I came in late. Is this just in California for your thing? Can other states, do this? Is there a site, just for later and afterwards? So once we, post the link and post the video.
Thank you. Well, the site is thecannabischamber.com. I started it with kind of a humble vision here in San Diego. And then we expanded into LA, or I'm sorry, then we expanded in Orange County. And then we expanded it into LA and then the Bay Area. And then this was at the base of COVID, so we weren't doing much other than some virtual events. And then I had a guy that I know, for anybody that might know, Bob Hoban, who's probably literally the world's foremost expert on lobbying and working with governments in cannabis. So this is a gentleman that was hired by the government of Morocco to help them figure out how to create and implement a program. But it's Morocco and Germany and Uruguay. And I think there's probably like close to 10 countries and states in the United States that have hired him to say, tell us how to do this. He's had calls and meetings with some of the biggest people of the biggest companies in the world. I was talking to him a couple of years ago, and I spoke with him right after he got a call from the CEO of Procter & Gamble that owns pretty much every toothpaste, body, anything you can imagine. Like P&G is crazy big, massive multinational, international company. And so it's a big conglomerate. And so he reached out to me and said, I'm here in Colorado. I'd like to start a chapter of this. Can we let me do that? And then we started expanding in other states. And now we've had teams on the ground in 15 states in the US, actively also in Canada, in Europe, in Africa, and now we're expanding into Latin America. So we are a true global organization. We're expanding. We've launched our team in Africa as of the beginning of this year. We're getting ready to launch Latin America. But last year we hosted events all over the US. We hosted events in Canada. We hosted multiple events in Europe. This year we expect to do events in Africa as well, and Latin America. We hosted more events than any other organization in the cannabis industry the last 2 years in a row. I think we hosted 50 events last year, 50 to 60 events, and closer to 50 the year before that.
We're going to have to put you in touch with our friends at Fields of Green for All in South Africa. I actually judged a hash competition in October. That's why Mike was alone in the Caribbean. I was in South Africa, checking on things. And they've helped change the laws there and actually helped get it enshrined in their constitution. So, it's an amazing thing that's going on there with Chiba University and stuff that's happening there in South Africa. I'm really proud to see that the African culture is really rising to the challenges. So that's awesome. All right, next up will be Nate Landau.
My question is, how has the outlook changed regarding the government's response to Schedule 3?
Yeah.
Well, and forgive me, I'm not sure. I want to make sure I understand the question. And I think what it's asking is, in terms of Trump's position that, hey, we're going to do this with Schedule 3, how has, is it my personal outlook or the
How has
industry's
your
outlook?
outlook changed, regarding, seeing that this is happening now? We understand it's going to take a few years for this to take effect. So anybody who still has 280E concerns, still do your 280E deductions, ladies and gentlemen. As one who's been through that rigmarole already, don't fuck around. You will find out. So, but, people are, of course, looking to, the pharmaceutical companies have had access to, cannabis and the products that they came out with. Of course, the public doesn't want. They don't want to subvert. They haven't caught people, dealing Marinol in the streets because it's not something people want. So, given all your history and the Chamber of Commerce and things not just only nationally but globally, because we know what happens in the United States ripples outward, right? And so, going to Schedule 3 is a major change because Michael Crowitz helped, and our team internationally helped remove cannabis from the most dangerous drug category medicinally in 2020. And so that's why rescheduling is even possible, because it wouldn't be possible if it were still in Schedule 4, which is Schedule 1 in the U.S. It's reversed in the United States and the international. It's a little confusing, people, but just so you're aware, it is internationally out of the most dangerous drug category. So that's why we in the United States can even start talking about medicinal cannabis in Schedule 3. So with that in mind and given your history, what does that outlook, has it changed now, seeing that, rescheduling is potentially on the horizon?
It's a good question. And no, actually, it hasn't changed. Because I think, for those of us that have been active, we've known this is coming. It's never been a question of if, it's just been when. And I think most of us expected it to change within the last year or two. Biden came in with talk about how he was going to do something, and he just kind of went out with this like, oh, let's just change cannabis. And that's kind of how he snuck out the door with not a whole lot of accomplishment. And so, but I've known it would. I've felt strongly that it would come. I felt strongly that it would come within, sometime in the next couple of years, if not for sure at the latest the next presidency, because we continue to have states become recreational. So at some point, it just doesn't even make sense. You're like, okay, well, we have 24 states and I think 46 states that have medical, 24 recreational, about to be 25, and something like 46 that are medical. And when you say, okay, almost the entire US is flagrantly flaunting that they just don't care what the federal law is, then maybe it's time for them to say, okay, well, we got to reevaluate this. The only thing I would add to that color wise is the one thing that has changed in my outlook over the last, let's say 4 years, is in 2022, I started working on my hemp business. And in doing that, and in doing the research, I started understanding the opportunity there and the loophole in the Farm Bill and what that presented. And it became clear to me that there needed to be, we had two different sets of guidance, and there needed to be, when there's this shift, there needs to be comprehensive legislation. So what I think a lot of people don't think about is, okay, you go through Schedule 3, and how does that affect hemp? Well, how could it possibly be that legislators say, okay, look, we're going to look at all of this. We're going to look at it in detail. We're really going to evaluate what's going on in the US. We're going to have to come up with laws and regulations that make sense, that appease states. Because otherwise, what's the point? I hear people say, oh my gosh, they're going to do this and it's going to turn everything back. And all of a sudden, all these states are going to completely change. And I'm like, well, why would they? And they say, well, because, Chris, you don't understand. This is going to be the federal law. I'm like, there's already a federal law that says you can't do anything, and they're doing it anyway. What do you think? You think they're going to be like, oh, we don't want to break the law? Okay, well, we'll just, what people are missing is California makes a lot of tax revenue from the recreational cannabis market. California and every other state in the US is struggling with their budget. You think they're going to roll over and be like, okay, yeah, let's just get rid of it now. Now that we've created all this infrastructure and we've hired government employees and we have departments that regulate and monitor this stuff, and we make a ton of tax revenue from it, we're just going to roll over and throw it all away because the federal government is a little bit closer to having it the way we have it. I just don't see that happening. And I could be wrong, but I don't see that happening. But what I do see happening is that they're going to have to be very careful about it at the federal level. They're going to have to be smart. They're going to have to look at like, okay, how do we do this in a way that works with states? Because it's just stupid if they don't. It's pointless. It's completely pointless if they don't. And when they do all of that, they're going to have to look at it and go, well, okay, so we have regulated cannabis here, but then we have hemp cannabis over here. But the product's the same, but we have two different sets of laws. Okay, well, if we're going to create a set of laws and regulations to regulate this, to oversee it and have a legal framework, how do we do that if we don't incorporate everything? And so I that's the only thing that's really changed in the last couple of years for me, is the perspective that like, now you're going to have this comprehensive set of legislation. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. I think it's just what they didn't put into the rule book before, and that was any cannabinoid that's Delta 9, or any Delta 9 that's sourced, any Delta 9 cannabinoid that's sourced from any plant. Don't care what the plant is. Shouldn't matter. If it's Delta 9, it falls under these regulations. If it's, and so I for those of you, I hope I'm not getting too technical, but I hope that makes sense.
No, we do technical.
Okay.
We work at the national and international level. We usually talk. We're used to talking over people in the sense of we're dealing with high level things. People don't understand the treaties or how the treaties even bind cannabis, right? And this is the field that we play in, and we have savants that play in, and intelligence people that play in. So we understand and completely. You're one of us. We're one of you. You're dedicated. You don't. You come from more of the normal world where a lot of us, we're all veterans, so we all follow cannabis in our own way. But yeah, we see you as one of us as well. You've taken the hits. You've decided to go out and lead, as well as stepping out of your comfort zone. Right? Everybody's so happy to sit on their couch and complain and quarterback everything. It's another thing to step out and do something. As you said earlier, then you got to deal with the egos, right? NCIA, absolutely. We lost a year because of an investigation and infighting and all of that, because people just can't get along, and egos and money. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why we don't have money in the Veterans Action Council. We don't have dues. We don't deal with money because money kind of corrupts things a bit. And we've all been involved in nonprofits and organizations where that was the case. Having hierarchies, right? We saw that in the VFWs and American Legions, which leads to factionalizing, etc. So, we have to unlearn a lot of what we have learned. And, you've done so in the financial world. That's opened up, people, potentials, and ideals. You've seen people grab that brass ring, and you've watched people just kind of stare at it and kind of observe it, at the same time. Humans are a fascinating, observation, and then you get them involved with cannabis and all bets are off. So, but thank you for your dedication, as well as seeing the holes, as well as seeing the problems, and that's one of the things we veterans are taught: adapting and overcoming. And that's what the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce has done. You've adapted to the situation that you're in. You've looked at the problems and the fuck ups that everybody else has done, and you've realized, we don't need to go that route. So respect to you, respect to y'all, and what you're doing. So next up will be Marilyn Mathery with her next question.
All righty. let's go globally a little here. From a capital and risk perspective, how do international treaty constraints and regulatory uncertainty affect long-term investment decisions in cannabis and plant-based medicine?
Question's interesting. So this is there. I almost asked you guys to maybe take this out because this is the one I know the least amount. But I do have, I think, an important answer, and that is, we're looking at in this question. We're talking about, hey, these are the rules. How does this get affected as cannabis goes international? And I think the reality of it is, what is in place in the rules now isn't going to be what the rules are in the future. So I don't have a long answer on this one, but I think the reality of it is the rules and the laws are going to have to change in a way that we're not quite sure of. Does the U.S. decide to allow exports into any country, or does it allow imports? Do a lot of countries allow imports? If so, is there tariffs or taxes? If so, does our current administration affect that as we continue to attack other countries with tariffs? Do they say, no, we're not going to even allow your cannabis? Or if we do, we're only going to allow it with very heavy taxation. And so that's a very complicated thing that's going to evolve, I think, in a bigger way, and it's difficult to predict.
Michael Krowitz, and then I have a little thought on that. Michael?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, I mean, you don't really have to get deep into the weeds of the actual agreements to kind of know where we're coming from here. I think just by looking at the fact that you've got the way that traditional medicine is handled throughout the world. I went to a meeting with Kenzie Rubile, a friend of ours at the international level that India put forth in Geneva, and they threw out a statistic that kind of blew me away. But there was something like 85% of all the medicinal use of medicines were traditional medicines across the board worldwide.
Wow.
That's a huge amount of non-pharmaceutical. I think we, especially in the US, we have this picture of it has to be a FDA approved thing, it has to be in the pharmacy to be a medicine. And even we use a lot of stuff for medicinal purposes that is not FDA approved as well, but evidently much more so around the world. But anyway, the point is that all these substances are regulated in international agreements that we've come to learn a lot of them more recently, ones that were set up to sort of make trade more fair and to protect intellectual property, to protect indigenous rights and all kinds of things that are happening in that area for everything, for all the different plants, for all the different medicines, anything that you would produce, except for 4 things that are in this drug control treaty. It's like these things have been exceptionalized out into their own category. They should, and they do absolutely have to follow all those rules as well. But then we have that extra hoop of the fact that it's controlled, and you have the looking over your shoulder of kind of this menacing drug war that people have come to be almost captive by. We had people in our ranks telling us, well, what are we going to do? You'll love this one. What are you going to do when cannabis is rescheduled, we lose our Schedule 1 protections? That's like a direct quote we got, right, Mike? From somebody. This is Stockholm syndrome we're facing here of this prohibition. But yet it's not going away. Even if we deschedule ourselves out of it here in the U.S., that doesn't change the treaty itself. We can tell you, working on the inside, there's not much impetus for actually getting rid of the treaty anytime soon. We hope discussions will start around 2030 to actually address the treaty in some fundamental way to make it not be what it is. Apparently a kind of a prohibition influence treaty. But anyway, that's the question: is how do we navigate this? How does cannabis navigate this world where we want it to flourish in that regular world of all those rules and stuff in Geneva, but yet have one foot almost tethered in Vienna?
That's a great question. That's I think this is a military term, but it's above my pay grade.
Right. Well, it's above ours too, but we have to think about this because Michael was just down. Just to give you an example here. Okay, let's talk international model currently. Okay, so the GMP, there's an expectation of a medicinal product as it goes from country to country. There's international expectations for most products that have been set, usually by oversight agencies, problems, etc., science all involved. So here we have the Dutch who have been producing a Bedrocan, who has been producing a cannabis, which is a Jack Herer varietal, because they created Jack Herer for Sensi Seed Bank originally. And but the way that they grow it indoors causes molds and mildews. So therefore, they have to irradiate the cannabis. Well, the problem when you irradiate the cannabis is you lose 80 to 90% of the terpenes in the terpene profiles. They shatter, destroy, go bye-bye. Okay, and that's what we're going for. At least seems to be that we're finding these amazing, capsulated stocks have amazing oils and stuff all throughout them that have a benefit to the human. Okay, but now you're destroying that so that it's currently medically available in a jar to an individual right now in Germany from the Netherlands. Right now we've got growers, Rastafarians throughout the Caribbean who are growing amazing cannabis, and even producing medical grade products, but they don't have the testing standards, to compete, to then encapsulate a product, because their market is currently so small that they can't necessarily get to export. So here we've got emerging markets, established markets, both surfing different sides of the regulatory world, trying to make its way across the world. So I think it's a very, very fascinating thing. And the Rastafarians don't want to irradiate, right? They want to keep the natural cannabis intact. So do we, and so would the experts that we talk to. So these are the problems that we're talking about internationally, where who gets to compete? You either get a product that's done so overdone that it has barely a medicinal access, and then here is a terpene rich, accessible product that can't make its way around the world. So that's just pointing out to the audience just these are the realities today. These are realities in 2026 that countries and companies are thinking about when they're looking at things and the international treaties and their constraints, because we can then see other, those that are occupying an industry then lobby for their standards to be the one, and therefore shut out everybody else because they just meet a very sliver of a standard by what they've lobbied that standard to be. So these are cautionary tales as we see what's going on, as well as we keep an eye on, these emerging markets, right? Because they're continuing, Portugal is the largest exporter, but they had a huge problem of diversion. And when I was there last year, there were a whole bunch of arrests taking place because, they weren't able to, track and trace everything, right? Which is a reality that is what we're struggling with when you've got a market that's completely entrenched in traditional worlds and is never going to end. As it comes out of that and tries to make its way into the light, we're still seeing here in California, we're seeing right now our track and trace metric is in court trying to explain how cannabis has been allowed to be backdoored by somebody like Glass House that, has made that cannabis all the way out to the East Coast, right? And it's supposed to stay in the state. So we've got regulation problems on top of access, which is on top of a legal market trying to separate itself from that traditional market and literally pulling and screaming itself away by its literally teeth. So it's a challenge, and to navigate those financially has to be a challenge, because nobody wants to throw their money away, right? They want to go, everybody wants certainty with their money. And if anything, right, everybody wants a return, right, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we bored you enough with the audience with that one, or at least beat glue into that one. Next up will be Council Member Michael Crowitz with our final question.
Well, I'll tell you what, I want to beat the ground just a little bit harder, because one thing ATN didn't mention, that was actually one of the articulated concerns of the government of St. Vincent, was exactly that there would be regulations and standards that would be set by Dutch or Canadian entities that would literally just block out, fence out the products from the Caribbean. They wouldn't pass muster. And what ATN just said really colors, how that could actually happen with the irradiation. I hadn't thought about that. We have very little. We've never done it. We should do a deep dive. I motion that we do a deep dive on irradiation because we have very little to go by other than we don't like it. And Dr. Ethan Russo said it's bad. And I'll tell you what, if Dr.
No. I have the studies from Dr. Arno Hazekamp regarding them that we're doing at the University of Leiden. So we have some science.
All right. Well, we got somewhere to start on that because I want to do a deep dive on that. But anyway, I do appreciate your following us into these rabbit holes, and this heady stuff is really interesting to us. So we geek out. But anyway, this is sort of the last question here. With chapters of the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce worldwide, you have a unique perspective. And it really goes to the last question we were just talking about in all this discussion. But how do you see the cannabis industry developing in the next 10 years?
I think a great last question. That's a great ending question. Thank you. And to be fair, I think we've actually touched on it. I think we're not going to see. If you look at Canada is like the easiest one to start with. Canada is a pretty mature marketplace. It's going through a very slow contraction. It's going to continue to. Their laws have to open up a little bit more, but there's not a lot of change in cannabis. We're not going to see a lot of people come out and start buying cannabis that weren't buying it before. We're not going to see a lot of new shops or businesses. We're not going to see a lot of new types of businesses. It's a fairly mature, stable industry that needs to get further deregulated to match alcohol. But for the most part, it's running. So we don't see change there. The US is a little bit behind that, but we're going to, so we'll still see some states come online, but it's going to be more of the same. We're not going to see much change here. Next in the evolutionary chain is Europe. Europe's starting to come online in certain countries. We're going to see more countries come online. What we can see there is that it looks a bit like, or a fair amount like the US in terms of different countries having different regulatory infrastructure. But my expectation is that we're going to see most states in the US evolve to a place where they have fairly similar laws. They implement them a little bit differently, but fairly similar laws. And I think we'll see the same thing in Europe. A little further behind that are, Africa and Latin America and Australia and Asia. Those are barely coming online. They've got a lot of room for opportunity for advancement, but they're probably going to look like Europe, which looks like the US, which is going to look like Canada. And so I think we're not going to see much change other than this path that we've already seen in the US. Other than where we will see change is what happens globally. Like, how does this get traded? I've talked to people, I've known people that have started businesses in Colombia, in other parts of Latin America, in Africa, thinking like, oh, we're going to ship it for free or can't, right? At Canada, that was their plan in Canada, is we're going to grow all this cannabis for cheap, and then we're going to ship it to Europe because everybody's going to want to buy Canadian cannabis for a lot of money, and which doesn't make any sense, right? Does it make sense if you can grow it for really cheap in Colombia to ship it like coffee? I don't know. Or does it make more sense that it's competitive from Africa because they don't have to ship it really? They can just truck it up. I don't know. Do they allow, as I mentioned earlier, do some of the countries allow it to be imported, or do they say, no, we want to protect it, in the very same way that the US has been trying to protect the automakers here and say, no, look, we don't want to bring in, cars from certain countries because we don't want to blow out the companies in our country. And so there's a lot of room for growth there. What that looks like, I don't think anybody has any idea. There's guesses, but nobody really knows. But that just creates opportunities. The last thing I'd say, I think all of that creates opportunity and excitement, chances for people to build exciting new businesses and create money.
Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for your
Thank you all.
insights. It's very, we don't get to talk to many people who come from, the financial world who then come into the world of cannabis. You're a unicorn in that sense. So keep being rare and awesome that you are, Chris. I would like to thank, of course, our council members, Michael Crowitz, Nate Landau, Mary Lynn Mathery, and Michael Davis for joining us. I'm Etienne Fontan. I'm running this roundtable today, and thank you, everybody, and most importantly, to Chris Boudreau for taking the time tonight to share with us. So, how do people find you, Chris? Do you have any social media links or for the Cannabis Chamber of Commerce? This is your chance to plug.
Please go to thecannabischamber.com and learn more. I'm very excited. We just launched two things. One's a free job board for any businesses in the cannabis industry around the globe. They can post jobs. Bigger picture, and I'd ask every one of you and your followers, we just created an exclusive social media area. So it's very much so like a private LinkedIn for cannabis professionals where they can go in, you can go into our website, you can set up a profile for free, and you can start talking with other cannabis professionals around the globe. So imagine like a safe place for people to talk about the cannabis business in a protected area. But that's very much so like a LinkedIn for just our industry. And so again, that's thecannabischamber.com. Please go and set up a free profile and check it out. There's different groups in there that you can network in. And if you're a professional in the cannabis industry, we hope you'll set up a free profile and join us.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris, once again. All right, everybody. This has been our VAC Roundtable number 96. Well, hard to believe we're getting that far ahead of ourselves, right? All right, everybody. Thank you very much. You have a great weekend, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you, everyone.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Every day, every week, we there. Same time, same seat. Wait for it and white bike. Roll out the mat, press play. Same little chair, same ashtray. Neighbors know it's that showtime. Laughing at the the clock as it flies by.
I got the snacks in a brown bag, notebook full of wild plans, big flags. We tune in, tune out, feel straight. Calendar locked for the same day.
Yeah.
We doing it, doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show, same time next week. Say yeah, say yo,
Yo, chat about life, chat about love. Little side eye when you call my bluff.
we disagree, then we crack up.
2 cups, 1 couch, 1 love.
You drop gems in your soft tone. I drop jokes and you grab your phone. Clips and bits for the crew to see. Don't post that, but you still click send on me.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show, same time next week. Say yeah, say yo. One spark, one joke. Then another from the weekday stress to the weekend cover. If you miss one, you feel that hole. Like a skip step in a tight road road.
So we line up time like tracks in a crate.
If you come in late,
still we wait. Cause every day, every week, same place. We living life on the 420 pace. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show, same time next week. Say yeah, say yo.
daily show, yeah, we there.
Weekly link,
Same corner.
do it slow, do it straight. Keep it right on the 420 equate. Say yeah, oh, 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 oh.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and our social media locations. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm not doing too bad.
How you
Actually,
feeling?
actually, today was my injection day for my treatments.
Yeah. No, I was more worried about because you were not feeling good from before too, right?
Correct.
Do you feel
Yes.
better now from that as well then?
That's cleared up, and probably just in time because this stuff arrived
Right.
today, and it's one of those things where I got to do right away, or
Yeah,
it's in a
absolutely.
reasonable time, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I do. Like I said, I've got to take my medication at the same time on the same day every week. I got an Alexa that reminds me.
yeah. Well, I'm lucky. I don't have to do this every 2 months, but it saves me a lot of time. I used to be a 5-hour day getting
Oh,
my
yeah.
treatment.
I know because like I'm at the methotrexate level, like with the RA, like you were with the Crohn's,
Yeah.
right? In order
Yeah.
for me to get to the Humira, I have to do injections of this first, and then do something else first, and then there's so many different medications you got to go through before you can actually get to what the.
It's good, eh?
So I'd rather not have to do injections anyway. So this is fine. It's been working for 3 years now anyway. So
Yeah. Well, this isn't like a methotrexate injection.
no.
Yeah, this is a machine and a little device, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Kind of like when you go for an intravenal kind of treatment.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you feel the quick prick on your leg,
Yeah.
and it's all over in 5 minutes instead of
hours. So
Well, it's like diabetes now. I've got a friend that has diabetes, right?
yeah.
And she's got a gauge on one arm that
Hmm.
like, she can read on her phone that tells her what her blood sugars are and
Yeah.
whatever. If it gets low or highs, it
That's
alerts her.
it's similar to
Then,
the needle that I would get. Yeah.
right? And then she's got another one that's actually an insulin pump. So now she can, if she gets highs or lows, because she's like kind of like back and forth, all the time they haven't really kind of gauged her.
Right.
She's still early into the stages. The pump releases what she needs into her body.
Oh,
So she's got,
automatic.
yeah. And before she would have to go and inject herself with the insulin. Now she can just hit
Right.
something on an app on her phone and it will release what she needs. And so she's not having to poke herself all the time to check her blood, like on her fingers, right? And she's not having to poke herself with needles all the time to give her insulin. So yeah,
And does it do a required dose for at that time, or is this thing set up for a certain dose each time?
she can set the dose that she needs because it'll tell her on the app,
Yeah.
and then it sets on the app.
Oh,
So it goes up and down, like if she need because you're
right.
not necessarily going to need the same dose every time, depending on whether you're
No,
having a high
correct. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. And
So
you want to
that
try to level things out too. You
right,
don't want these and
right, right, right. So instead of her having, I mean, she also like gauges it with food too. So she doesn't have to use the insulin. She doesn't because she just
no.
needs a little bit of orange juice or something, whatever, right? But
Mhm.
but what a different step comparably for diabetics from, where
Yeah.
they're pricking their finger all the time and then
Oh
having to
yeah.
inject themselves all the time. So I just think that's fabulous, honestly.
Yeah. As long as the pump thing isn't a an issue where you're having to carry things around. It's just something that she can just go hook into
No,
for.
she just puts it on once a week or once every 2
Oh,
days, whatever it is. So it's got
right.
so much in it that lasts for a certain period of time.
Right.
So she's not
Mhm.
having to take it off on every day. She's able to leave it on for a period of time. And then once it's empty, then she has to change it, right?
Right. Right.
And she
Right.
can move
All
it around,
right.
like she can wear it on the same spot. Yeah. But I thought that
Yeah.
was great. Just so many different technologies that are helping people stay
Yeah.
healthy.
Things changed. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. All right. Talk about changing of things. Let's change the subject. Why don't we discuss and bring in our guests for tonight?
Sounds good.
All right. So yeah, at this time, I'll introduce our guest, the fellow who I've only actually met, I believe, once or twice, and that's been involved in cannabis advocacy work. So I like to find out, a bit about our guest, the kind of advocacy stuff he does, patient story. Always like to share one's story in order to educate others. So we'd like to welcome Dwayne Boudre, aka the big guy, to the Pace Radio Show. How you doing, Dwayne?
Welcome.
I'm awesome. How are you, Tamara L?
Good, good, good.
How are you?
Doing all right.
You were saying you had a storm coming in from your end of things too, so Al's frozen again.
Oh, is he? Yeah, he's
Oh,
got
Emily?
he just had that money look about him, like yeah.
Sometimes it's just a matter of me just sitting still, right?
Yeah, I don't do that well.
That's what I said. I'm not dedicated today on my Vyvanse, so I'm a bit squirrely, but whatever. Sometimes you just need to take that day off.
Yeah. So, Dwayne, as I mentioned, we've only probably talked once or twice at a Global Marijuana March. We met there, and we talk often about it. And just so you know, I got the interview you and I did during the
Is this the interview that you had that he had never been to a Global Marijuana March before?
Yeah.
So, don't get me wrong. Now, as far as like an organized global marijuana march, yeah, that was my first. Now, before legalization, I did go to Queen's Park at one point.
Oh, yeah.
During one of the rallies and whatnot. But that aside, that was my official first global marijuana march, and it was neat. And actually going into it, it was kind of neat to think because, I think most of us in Ontario, or I'm in Ontario, so pardon me, let me paraphrase that, or let me say that again. In Canada, depending on your access, I think you feel that we're pretty lucky. I think the average person does, the non advocate or the non-industry person, probably just, it's all, as long as they got somewhere they can go, everything's good for them, right? But
they don't remember prior to legalization, because a lot of people didn't consume either prior to legalization, right?
Yeah, like we weren't supposed to anyway.
Yeah,
right?
or they stayed in the closet.
Yeah,
It
nobody
was,
right?
But
yeah,
continue.
but the thing is what we were talking about, actually, I think I did see the interview up in that on YouTube, I think it was, and Facebook, I believe.
Yeah,
So
we'll see it
I rem-
tonight too.
yeah, I remember talking to you about it, and access isn't the same for everyone.
No.
So, like, there's a lot of people that have medical needs that aren't getting adequate medicine or the knowledge. Some people, there's a lot of new patients, I think. Like with recreation, I think it's opened that box for a lot of people's great aunts and grandmas and stuff that are now new dispensary customers, because they heard about the wonders of CBD, and it kind of went up or down from there, right? So
yeah, and they feel more comfortable probably going into a business.
But in reality,
yeah,
if
with it
CBD is
being
medical,
legal versus not
on the
knowing who.
recreational market, right?
Yeah.
The CBD is medical. It shouldn't be being sold out of a recreational store. And I was talking to one of the store workers, bud tenders, yesterday at one of our stores, and he goes, "Well, there's ways of getting around that." And he was talking about the jolts, which are those candies. We can get those in BC, and the
Oh, we
caps.
don't get in here.
Oh yeah, no, we've got those. They're called jolts or something. They're like
Yeah,
10
yeah. The 10 milligrams per candy. Yeah.
right? So apparently you can get them at Prime Cannabis here. I didn't know that. And the caps, and we had discussed the caps
Yeah,
too,
the
right?
capsules.
So again, but they've got and I said that to him. I go, you got a wellness area, But again, he agreed. There should be a course that is given, so people that don't have any medical background in it, so that they can actually open something that is able to be medical, right?
Yeah.
And that is the faulting right there.
Yeah. So the way I think with legalization, and it sounds like it's very different. I think there's similarity yet difference from province to province or territory in some cases, right? And in Ontario, it's called CanCell. That's the certification required. I believe Al's also CanCell certified. Are you not?
I am.
That's right.
And
Yeah, I'm
it's
CanCell.
sell it right here in BC, and I've got one of them too.
Perfect. So
yeah,
like my point being, and the reason I brought that up is I think it's because once they established those systems, they had to create people from within it. And I believe that, like, at least in Ontario, as a person who is CanCell certified, my education level was very minimal. Like it's voluntary, like you pay it. It's not much different than becoming a bartender or a lot of other responsible type of things, right? So I think that it's the absence of assistance to work off of to start, and the need to have a system. And you know how the government is. Like, they set up a system. If you ask them, it's perfect, right?
Oh yeah.
So,
No, they do know that there is gaps. That's why they keep doing consultations and we'll have another consultation probably within 3 years now. But they have to keep consulting, because the fact that it is evolving and is changing. And Al and I just did a show not too long ago about the consultations that were just had. But the most disheartening thing about this consultation is that nobody actually does it. There's only 600 people that actually filled out that survey that gives the government any information that they need to have. So how do we keep blaming the government for their shortfalls when Canadians don't take the responsibility on their own to let them know? Nobody votes, nobody does the surveys, nobody does anything anymore. They just sit back and expect the government to fix it. Well, if they don't know, how can we fix it?
Agreed. And don't get my sentiment wrong. I think that part of to add to respond to that, I should probably state that that's part of. I felt the same way. I decided that the only real way I could actually at least understand the needs and what is available is to be part of it, and that's why I did take the time to get certified. So for me, it was like that same kind of feeling. I think, at least in some ways, was that driving force, at least for myself personally, to kind of get a little bit closer to the education level to see what is out there, because it's kind of like what you'd said, like there's not a lot of responsibility on the average person's side, right? So I think it really depends on how vested you are in it, that your voice is going to become whatever octave it is.
Well,
Yeah.
Al and I
You know
are
what I mean?
vested. We've been doing it for 20 years, so that's how vested
Yeah.
we've been in it, right?
Yeah,
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 yeah. Without question.
Exactly. These banners behind me, they used to stand up at trade shows in Toronto and educating people
And I
before
went to
legalization.
went to legalization roundtables with the liberals after legalization, and was at the Liberal convention in 2014 writing the policy with the Young Liberals to bring cannabis actually to legalization. So you've been around for a while.
Yeah. Okay, now that we've got your cancel, we know that you got your cancel and stuff. But let's find out about you yourself.
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes I like coming out with the first question being asking people, "Do you remember your first experience in consuming cannabis?" And sometimes
I
people
do.
have funny stories. Some people have medical related stories and so on and so forth. And like I said in the intro, sharing one story helps educate others. So.
Absolutely. As far as the first time that I ever smoked cannabis that I could recall, I was a teenager. I don't remember the date exactly, but I could tell you it was in October, and it was in 1991 or 92. And the reason I know this is because the same night the Blue Jays won the World Series the very first time. So yeah, so I was I was in high school. I was an Army person. So even as a younger person, I was in the mindset that I was already an Army cadet, and I was looking towards getting the military. And back then, cannabis wasn't something that was really accepted in any real capacity, at least in my circles. And the military definitely, they kind of had this "you'll never get in" type of mentality. Like you would think that, oh, you're going to fail the drug test.
It's an illegal substance, so they're not going to support it.
So,
crap.
Even after legalization, it took a lot, and it's still use it.
It was a prohibition for me at the time. I mean, it was enough to keep me away from it, right? But my buddies and I were parting away, and so the two funny things about this is this. I'm going to tell everybody right now, this is probably the big highlight. You wouldn't think with a guy with the name D, the bug guy, would have done this, but I blew into the bong the very first time I ever tried it. I don't know what came over my head, but I'm gonna tell everybody right now is this water pipe. Everybody got so pissed at me because it took so long to dry out before it was.
You got yourself a funny first toke. That's right.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
It might not have been funny at the time.
So here's the other funny part. So I do that and I like it, right? So my buddy's like, "Oh, you're Mr. Big Man now, eh? You want another one?" I said, "Sure." So he walks me over to the sink and it's got this thing. And if I remember right, they called them Hiroshimas back then. And it was like the sink was half full of water, and they had a 2-liter.
Sounds like a bottle. Yeah.
And they push it down, they brew it up, and then they would push it down, and it would just force it. So I took that, right?
Gravity bong.
5 minutes later, I'm puking out front.
Oh.
And my friends had I totally greened out. My friends literally grabbed me and they're like, "Okay, stop puking. We're going to the city," right? And because we were going to the Jays were doing pretty well. It was a close game and they could win that night. Our plan was always to go, so it was like, "Come on, let's go. We're going to the city. We're gonna go watch the Jays win."
You tried.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you get there?
Pardon me?
Did you get there?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That was a great night. And I don't believe cannabis played any part of my life for some time after that. I didn't actually. I guess the follow up and a much easier way of saying my experiences, I got into cannabis on a more routine basis when I did get out of the military. Because and here's my parallel, and I think I took the thought that some people may. I felt like I was very close to being or if not, maybe an alcoholic. I felt like in the military, drinking was very part of the regiment. It was very much part of the culture, and I definitely was good at it. So I felt like I wanted to try to do other things. A lot of my friends growing up were cannabis regular users, and I just never, never really got too much into it. Like, it wasn't really my thing. But then I realized I'm probably just okay at both. You know, I don't really drink much, but cannabis really just kind of slowly but surely replaced alcohol in my life.
Yeah, yeah,
For
yeah,
you.
exactly. And and it's a better path to take, the cannabis versus the alcohol one. There's no doubt about that.
And
So,
again, that's a huge step to be able to put that, because addiction is, alcohol is hard to put away. Like, so good for you. Congratulations.
yeah,
Thank you. Like I said, I wouldn't say like there are much respect to anybody going through anything in that respect. And for me, it was more of just a culture shift. I do like I never like I do drink a little bit, but it's not something that I do really often. So I just wanted to separate that because I wouldn't want to be, any
No,
hypocrite.
I totally understand.
yeah. You know,
But,
it's fine to have. Yeah,
but it's clearly like honestly, I just look at there's definitely a different person. Like, and I was never a mean drunk or anything like that. It was just I
that's
knew it
good.
wasn't good for me. I just knew it wasn't for me. Like, I wanted to make a change, and for me that was, I think we all needed advice, and
Yeah, would you say
it.
cannabis was your gateway out of possibly alcoholism?
I think it prevented me. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it definitely did, because as much as I'll be the first to admit, for a time I was getting really good at both. I think that what it did is it got me through the darker times better in a more healthy sense. Like, life is apexes and valleys, right? Like, so like, I think it's really just when you look at yourself, and if you really are committed to being a good person and you want to have a good life, and you have kids and you have these things, I knew how easy. I've seen so many other people take the other path. So for me, it was like cannabis kept me in line. Like, it kept me, like, ask anybody who does both. I think like cannabis is good. Like, if you're going to do both, a lot of people say, "Oh, I can't do both because I get the spins." And if that's,
I remember those
if that's
days.
the case, I'm telling you right now, just
Good for
smoke
you.
first.
Yeah.
Just smoke first, because you'll barely want to drink anything. This is water, but like, you'll barely want to drink anything because you'll be so high that just
Hey,
alcohol is not like,
cheers.
right? Cheers, right?
I got water too.
Yeah, water, right? So
I've got Sunny D.
I love
That's orange water.
Yeah. I heard you
This
talking
one's a
earlier
strawberry.
about.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I heard you mention earlier, Tamara, about CBD and gummies and things like that. And I don't know if it's something that comes to your market, but like, for me, gummies have come a long way since your buddy made them. Like,
I used to make my own stuff. I had my own bakery before legalization. I would make 1,000 milligram candies. So I'm very familiar with the dosing and the application and how to do it. My beef is that 10 milligrams in a package is not 10 milligrams per candy. It's in the package. So that candy itself, or that gummy itself, isn't even a milligram. So you have to eat like so many packages, right? You're gonna get diabetes before you're gonna get high. And the ones too, like, you know what I mean? Like,
Or even just get medicated,
right?
if you're eating
Or
CBD
whatever.
ones. Right?
And me and all were actually like looking through too. Like, there's not too many brownies or cookies, and I checked at my store when I was there yesterday. They do not have brownies or cookies. It's chocolates, caramels, or candy gummies. That's it. And they don't even have hard candy. They have gummies, chocolates, and caramels mainly. Right.
And that's where the legacy market comes in. I don't know if those are legacy market gummies that you've got there, Dwayne.
So yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
what I wanted to say about these and why I do like them is, yes, they are low dosage, but what these are for me is like a supplement. It's like a vitamin to me.
Yeah.
Because this is the CBD as well as CBG and THC. So
nice.
for me,
Nice.
so what I was going to say is I'm no scientist, but what I believe I thought I heard was if you were to introduce these types like CBG and CBD in your body before THC, you will have much more better overall experience. So for me, I I don't know if it's just a psychosomatic thing or just feeling
Mm.
comfortable about
I
my
couldn't
record.
imagine how that would work though, because CBG and or CBN was it CBD? Sorry, CBD actually counteracts a green out. So if you get too high, you want to take CBD.
CBN, pardon me, I meant to say. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you.
No, it's just like, yeah, because I know like if you get greened out, you get somebody CBD and they're, you know, whatever. They're
But it can counteract the
It counters
THC.
it. No, absolutely. I actually
Yeah.
helped a guy at a 420 party with that. I gave him CBD gummies and it helped him.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
that-
good, good,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's something that they say, like, you know, or orange juice, honestly, if you know, or sniffing pepper, you can
I
actually.
always found a cold floor was good.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised about orange juice though.
Orange juice is the acidity or something, because just like a THCA, it's got a high acidity, right?
Okay.
So a THCA has also got high acidity. It's something to do with the acidity in the orange juice.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue.
Wasn't challenging. I
Haven't got a
just
clue.
never understood
No,
the
that's
logic of it.
I was actually told that by, I can't remember by who, at the Treating Yourself Expo.
Yeah, that was before legalization.
Before
The
the
Treating Yourself
legalization.
Expo was the first medical cannabis expo that was held in Canada.
Oh,
It was
wow.
held at the Metro Toronto Convention Center.
Okay.
It was the first one ever held in the federal government building. And we had the Marijuana Music Awards were held. They had documentary movies that were released, such as What If Cannabis Cured Cancer? Activists from all around the world, companies from all around the world, Europe, South Africa. It was huge. Yeah, it was
be a fly
in the
in
same
that
building
room,
where
right?
Lyft is. It was before Lyft, because see, Lyft TY went from here's the TY poster right here,
Yeah.
right there, and it went from, as you can see, 2010 to 2013, and then there was Champs that came in, and then Lyft came in after them. And during the TY days, we had plants on the floor, plants that were in full bloom, plants that were in
We were
veg.
smoking, we were vaping,
4,600 square foot vapor lounge right on the floor, man. Yeah.
smoking joints on the back patio.
That's badass.
It was good. Yeah, just go to YouTube and type in Treating Yourself Expo, and you'll
For
see
sure.
the
You know
video.
what? I'll have to check it. You know what? Like for me, I don't know. I'm still kind of like a half a civilian. Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm still very much a civilian when it comes to this. Because I really only ventured into it like 7 years ago.
That's still,
Yeah,
you still
okay.
got, that's still fair, good time. And you know, thank you for your service. You said you were in the army, so thank you
Yes,
for your
thank
service
you.
as
Yes,
well.
yes.
And that is that kind of how you got reintroduced? Was it through one of the veterans groups or anything like that? Or because we've got several veterans groups that are also cannabis users too, right? That were
Absolutely. And I actually, I'm on a grow team, and one of our grow team members is he's an Afghanistan veteran, and shout out to him and to all veterans and to anybody who served on any capacity. Respect.
Absolutely.
I was fortunate to serve in a peaceful time. You know, at the time, I'm a little older. Maybe some people know or think, because I act like a kid, that maybe I care. I hope I at least carry myself younger than I think. But I guess all I'm really saying is that no, I didn't find it through that. For me, it was my friends. Really, it was kind of like I found it recreationally. It wasn't
Yeah.
until I kind of understood how much I needed it and looked back on when I got through certain things. I looked at myself and I looked at my own lives and behaviors. That I started looking at it better. And then as legalization came about, for me, the real exploration of cannabis, like on a deep dive for me,
Yeah.
happened. And where I really started to vocalize and start to dig deep and ask questions and say, you know, obtain my own thoughts and really look at all the work that you guys did before me, you know.
Yeah, do the research. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Find out. Yeah.
you know, that was what it was. It was like all of a sudden it was like everybody was willing to tell their story. So it was through legalization that it drew me in, and what it did is it gave me some garden space. So I'm a grower, right? And
Right.
for my first love,
Yeah, me too.
growing it.
I'll
right?
too.
We're gonna get into that too.
Yeah, like so.
We've
you know,
only got
growing
2 minutes to break.
cannabis.
So
Yeah. So
yeah. Yeah.
I think it
no,
was more of that.
Well, then it's
Well,
something that
would you so as far as consumption purposes now, You know, do you consider yourself more of a recreational consumer or a medical consumer?
I see myself as a medical consumer, but a recreational advisor.
Yeah.
And there's if I think you know a bit about my social media activity, and I think I say it because of that.
Right. Yeah. I've got them here.
Yeah, like I do a lot of I don't know, reviews and promotional content for Canadian companies, and some of the companies that I think are doing good things, and some of the ones that just are maybe good to me and other people, at least that I feel that I've become associated with. So through that's where the recreational kind of part is for me now. But now I say medical because now not only am I medically licensed to grow it, and I enjoy the fruits of my own labor.
Yeah.
But when I do look at what I'm missing, I feel better about what I'm getting now. I'm supplementing it with I love the concentrates, for an example. That's part of it for me. I have part of the reason I talk so much is because I can't shut myself down. My mind's very much like, I have OCD. I do have ADD as well too, and different parts of me as D the bud guy get to help me facilitate those particular needs through. That's kind of like the exercise part where they say like you should go for a walk and change your diet before you just start taking medication. Like I kind of feel like in a way it's just looking at the way, like knowing yourself and looking at what's missing and doing your best to try and see it along the way, because like my best advocates, like my best understanding of it is through this community. It's not through a medical situation yet. The information's still good. Like, you know, I think I said this to you when we met, Al. I believe we met at Can Expo this year. Okay.
We did. Yeah, we're gonna get into those events.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is I really felt coming out and going through that is our understanding as a whole. And I don't mean you guys, because you guys are at the forefront of it. Okay. But I think that generally the information is on the same level as the world's now round, and it was flat. And that's where I think we are because of the prohibition on cannabis as a plant.
Yeah.
So nobody's really been able to establish that for sure and say this, because otherwise there's a lot of grow science out there, and there's a lot of things, misinformation, and you know, there's a lot of people like me, and I do my best, and I don't know. I hope that I get my stuff right, but you know, you just never know. So as a whole,
cannabis has really never been actually infiltrated so that it has been the only misinformation I would say is that it's a devil's lettuce and that it's harmful for you and that you can overdose on it. We all know that's right. And we know that, you know, prior to what we've got right now, Harper made it sound like it was, you know, the worst thing ever, and he was taking it away from patients. We had to fight him in court to get it, and that was all on the government level, how we got to license production, right? So there, like I said, it's not depending on your political realm. It's got nothing to do with that. It's what you've been fed. You know, prohibition started in 1920.
Well, you know, or what, you know, maybe what you were taught as a youth through
a kid
school to or your parents.
Program and Reagan and the years with your, you know, this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah.
And different parents, right? Like you said, you were in the military. My mom was in the RCMP. Like I grew up in March. So you know what I mean? And then there's other people that have grown up with their parents smoking it with them. So again, like you have different realms of what your background is.
Oh, absolutely. My background, like me personally, and my background are very different. Like I did grow up around it, but that's more of like somebody else's story. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, time for us to take a break. After that, we'll continue our discussion with our guest, Dwayne Boudre, aka the Bud Guy. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as
for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're back with the Pace Radio Show. And for those who just joined us tonight, Tamara and I are joined by our guest, Dwayne Beaudry, aka the Bug Guy. All right. Before the break, we've talked about a bunch of different things, including social media, and we started talking a little bit about events. And I just wanted to get back to that just briefly, and the social media thing as well. You mentioned the Can Expo, where we had met at the Can Expo. We actually were on the same stage, but at different times. That was for the awards presentation. So congratulations on the award you won. But unfortunately, I can't remember what it was. It was the Advocate Award.
It was the Advocate of the Year. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And I thought,
appreciate it. And congratulations to you.
I talked to him.
Yeah. And congratulations to you and Timmy as well, and Mary Jane for their win as well, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Yeah, they did a great job. That's right, exactly. And they got themselves a large following of people that like their podcasts, and it's educational and that's and funny at the same time, because Timmy's he's not a consumer of cannabis, right? And
it's a great perspective. It's very much like my wife and I. Like, my wife doesn't consume, so they just like love each other. Like, whenever we see each other and meet up, and Tony doesn't. My wife's Tony. She doesn't come to events very often, but pretty much every event she does come to, the newbie and the doobie are there, and she adores them. They're great ambassadors for the cannabis plant and for pretty much anything they're associated with.
So would now that legalization here, this is the Can Expo, and it's happening again in 2025. There's other events, cannabis events. At one time there wasn't anything. Obviously, we mentioned that earlier. Do you attend many of these events, and what do you think about what they're being able to do in order to educate the public?
Yes, I do attend the events. I've been attending events now for at least 4 years that I can recall, maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure, but I love the interaction. Part of why I got into social media, which was really how I really found the cannabis community that I know today, was because of I was looking for that kind of connection, and I found about the events. And as soon as I went to the events, I really understood the people in the cannabis end of things so much better, because it's very different online and in person, you know, and that's a
Sure.
whole sub conversation.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and the events give you the opportunity to meet some of those people who you would never have met unless you met them on social media.
So like for me, it was honestly, like it was an expo, I believe, and like one of the people that I admire the most that were the educators, like on the grow side, they were the first to get me. Okay. And so going to these events, I got to meet so many of them. And for me, that was like meeting your hockey hero or something. Like it really was. It was man crush galore. Shout out Northern Scrogger. Like, you know, like
Yeah.
it's just you see these guys and gals, like very much so as well too, like all these amazing people in the community, and then you get to see them in person, and so many of them are the same. And I always said that D the Bud guy is just Dwayne. So like I vowed on being the same person in this interview as you would meet at the event as you would be I'd be in the next interview, you know, like sincerity was important to me, and I didn't know how to sell anything. You know, I wasn't trying to sell some side gimmick. I didn't see that as a cool way of doing things. Like it complicated it. So for me, going to the events it was a great interaction, as well as a great chance to meet education. Like, and not like really going back to Canada Expo, coming out of that, like you touched on it earlier too, Tamara, the innovation available. You were talking about your friend's diabetes device and the innovations and things that were able to do.
I learned since like our first TY Expo to now, like, you know, like vaporizers, for example. Like we were talking about the Magic Fight boxes and the tubes that they started out with, and even the dabs. Like we thought the swing vape was, you know, the coolest thing ever. Well, now there's
yeah.
and it was the dabbers, and you know, like, so that is exactly it. It's evolved, and it's brought more people into this little industry and the community with the glass blowers and all the different, you know, joint rollers and all the different artsy people that have come in, the bakers and all the people showing their talent. And the talent is cannabis. And cannabis has brought all this talent together with all these events. And like Al was saying, before legalization, we had lots of more events than there is now. We had cannabis cups. We had, like, it was almost like every weekend from one end of the country to the other. You could literally plan your year from basically the middle of February with Mum Cup starting in Vancouver, all the way through 420, all the way through Global Marijuana March, all the way through pretty much till Halloween. And that was prior to legalization. And you could literally, and people did. They'd fly around the country, down to the States for Hemp Fest, like, down to Nimbin for Australia's, you know, party in August too. Like worldwide, people so this has been, you know, the new people that are coming up have actually honestly missed out on the actual real community that we had. It's kind of dwindled away a bit.
Yeah, it's new. I find it's all new.
Yeah.
And you know, that's what we wanted. We wanted more people to get involved. We were speaking up, right? More people got involved. The louder our voices got, in order to force change, right?
I really enjoyed listening to some of the most powerful speeches, on the stages, as well as where I was going with the products, though. It was like some of these things were very unique. It wasn't just about like they've looked at things from a new person's or a preferential standpoint. My examples of this, they had like terpene separation things that they were teaching about, like where you can you can take it to drink, or you could take it as an aroma, and it would give you the calmness. And like I felt that very educational. Like it was really vigorous. And do you remember the guys? They had the filters. They were giving out those papers, and what he would do, like cannabis smokers, like and smokers in particular, are terrible, right? Like just flick the ash and there it goes. And the premise of it is this tip is this wax filled tip that, you know, is a pleasure to smoke. And then when you get rid of it, you actually just put it in the dirt. And what happens is there's a seed in it. and the
Oh,
seed
Yeah.
grows into a flower that helps produce life for bees.
oh, that's
Like,
awesome. That's
so
awesome. Yeah.
that's where I was going with it. Is it's like for me, because remember my introduction to the cannabis community was more so on a social basis, like social media. So
Yeah.
that comes with a different kind of vibe altogether. And I'm not trying to hate on anything. I'm just saying is it's not as, you know, people are very different when you meet them in person, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Versus
That's
the-
kind of how
behind
we
the
all kind of
computer.
connected too when Facebook kind of got going. We didn't have the video though. Like that was even harder because people text and write a lot different than they are in person. Now at least you have the ability to, you know, Zoom, and it was what we used before. It was Skype, I guess, when we first got going. But
Yeah.
It's Skype.
even
Yeah.
Janelle and I, you know, when we first started doing our podcast, we didn't do video. We were just doing it
Yeah.
audio.
No
The
video.
MSN Messenger chats.
Right? Yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
MySpace,
yeah. IRC.
right? Like, yeah, we're talking like, you know,
Internet
dialogue,
relay.
right?
Merc.
So, but so I like, because even texting, like I find texting, it can be really abrasive, and then when you meet that person, you get a
Wait.
totally different vibe from them, right? That's why
Yeah.
it was so important for us to actually have the events and go to protests and stuff, like, and gather our little our each community. Like I did the first global marijuana march in Lethbridge, Alberta in 2008, right? So you build that community in your own little cannabis community within your own community, and that community gets to meet Calgary. So then Calgary 420 would come to Lethbridge, and Lethbridge would go to Calgary, and then, like, you know what I mean, and then Edmonton. So then we had Calgary 420, Edmonton 420, and Southern Alberta Cannabis Club, all going back and forth across Alberta, right? So we really, and in Ontario it was the same. There was little pockets of people all across
Yeah,
Ontario.
originally there was only one. There was only
Yes.
one 420 march originally.
Ontario is a lot of pin dots, like when it comes to
Oh, yeah.
activity stuff. And
But originally there was
respect
just
to
the hash
Evergreen.
mob, right? Was it the hash mob, Al?
They were around it, yeah, at one
It
time,
was,
yeah.
it was Goodwins, or I don't know what they
Yeah.
called themselves. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it was the hash
Chris and
mob.
Aaron.
Chris
I
and
was
Aaron.
actually,
Well, it wasn't
messaging.
Aaron, it was Chris and Steph. Because remember, Chris was married before Aaron.
I'm
was
not
Chris
getting
and
into the
Steph.
timelines. Yeah, that was early.
Early,
Yeah. When it comes to social media, I happen to have your Instagram account right there, up there. I see you've got all kinds of videos on here, including the one here you've got from the Apple.
Yes, yeah. So the Apple, as well as the new drop by Erectric Dave.
Oh, okay, I got the Apple.
I'm a big fan. You know, I got my Apple right here.
Yes, there you go. Yeah.
Changed my relation. I'll tell you, like, I bought this. They don't, like,
Yeah,
nobody
same
sent
here.
me this. Nobody asked me to post anything. But as this changed my relationship with hash altogether.
Yes.
Because when like, for me, again, I'm a dirty smoker. Okay, so don't, like, anybody see my fingers can probably tell. But the reason I say that is I like my cigarettes differently. I like them away from my cannabis. I like my cannabis without it. You'll never find me, like, I was never the guy in high school added batch or any shit to make the point bigger. Like, none of it. You know. So
Yeah.
for me, this really just allows you to get every bit of flavor and just the best of it. It's also a good test. So if your buddy goes, here, this is good stuff, this will tell you, because it won't burn, it'll fall apart, you know.
Yeah.
You can tell a lot about it. And then the newer version that you're showing there is called the drop. And so he just developed this. He sent me and about 10 other people them to try them out and just kind of put the word out. And what's nice about this is it's a double system, and now it takes water. So having the water tightens it up. So you know, with the Apple, you will get a little bit more maybe air sometimes than you like, depending on how the stem's sitting. So that eliminates it. It's so tight, and the nice thing about it is it's just like a regular Apple. If your hash is any good, when you put it back down, it's going to light itself back up.
Can you buy those online?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the apples that Al and I are referring to, you can buy from Nugs Canada. They have them in a lot of dispensaries as well, or you can. I can gladly send you the link. It's a fellow that we know as his name is ERR Dave. So it goes like a rectic. I hope I'm saying that correct. And he's
Yeah.
a very talented glassmaker from the Ottawa area, and we become friends, through this. And his new thing's called the Drop, and I think it's going to retail for $99 on his site. It's worth it. A apple's about $50 on the
Yeah.
sites. And
That's decent.
Yeah,
different than hot
I've
knives.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is he blowing them hand blowing himself?
He
yeah,
hand
he's
blows
making
every
them
single
all,
one of them.
They're worth,
yeah,
then they're worth double that. To be fair, he's
yeah,
just putting
Yeah,
his own talent into that. That's amazing.
yeah.
Yeah, I
uh,
have to.
he,
Canadian Ontario boy.
yeah,
Pardon me?
yeah, exactly. I was speaking to him in Campbellford. He was at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford. He was there, and that's why I bought it when he was there.
Yeah,
I don't know. I was there for probably like 2 hours talking to him.
yeah.
Um,
He's a.
oh yeah, yeah.
I
We had
missed
a
a
good
chance to
gab,
meet them
and
face to
normally
face.
I would see him in Toronto at events. For example, at the Karma Cup, he'd have a setup doing his glass blowing, right? So
Mhm.
I'd walk by and show people what he was doing and get a word or two out of him, not too many.
Very good,
And
like
then
very supportive
well,
guy, good community. Yeah,
yeah,
he's wicked. I love that. I'm glad you asked. You spoke. You know how to make a guy smile. Let's talk about his apple.
yeah. Well, I tell you, like, I was so used to I don't even think I saw these or like some people talk about. Well, there's sort of like something, a newer version of something in the past, whether you want to say like bottle tokes, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It
Without
reminded
But
me.
I wasn't doing hash as bottle tokes back then,
You used to
and
smoke
I
it.
thought
That's what when I saw that on your Facebook page, Al, when you were smoking the hash from an apple, it reminded me when we were teenagers smoking out of an apple when we used to
yeah,
yeah. So like, and I immediately thought that was super cool because that's
that drop with the water it would be nice is nice. The only thing I wonder about is that I guess because it's got a smaller chamber.
Yep.
It would fill up faster. But then
yes,
you don't
it
have
does.
to inhale. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. So
where does the hash hang? Like, does the hash just hang in there? Like, how do you put the hash in there?
yeah, so the top of it's like imagine an apple has like a little stem and at the top piece, right?
Yeah.
So what he does is it also continues on into the glass. Here, I'll show you.
I know I saw the hash hanging there, but I wasn't sure how it hangs there. Like, how do you attach that?
So you make a hash worm. So
Yeah,
that's part of it.
yeah.
And then if you look onto the
Oh,
end,
okay, I see. Yeah.
it's got a little pot. Sorry, let me
Go the other way. Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
see what you mean. Then you just stick it in between. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
Then
a
you, like-
little groove. It's just a little groove
no,
in there. You push,
I just didn't see
and
that
then-
when you had it. I didn't
Just
like
light
I
it
didn't see that when you had it lit, right?
Yeah.
Because you had a picture, so it was hard to see.
And
It's not very big either, then, hey? Like, it's not huge.
no, it's not. But like so Al, the new one's got a flat bottom, a really nice flat bottom. It's because of the water, but also the additional oval shape. It's a lot. It has a good feeler. Like, it has a heavier
Does
feel
it?
to it. Yeah, and like I think the reason I bring that up is if you have a apple, it's beautiful to hold, but like I don't know how you feel, but I'm scared to death to put it down half the time because it just feels so. It doesn't have a thick gauge to the glass or anything. Like,
Correct,
it
yeah.
feels fragile, right? But
yeah. I don't want to. I
you
keep
don't
it
want to
in
break
the box.
Then
Keep
I
it in the
probably
box.
would break it.
When I take it somewhere, I keep it in the box. And in there it's centered nice and it's in this little cradle and the whole bit. So, but yeah, it's
That's a good thing to tell people because if they're going to buy one, and don't realize that, then they might. Because I'm a klutz, I'd end up breaking it.
Now the
Maybe
only
not.
thing, and it's not the apple's fault, it's the hash. Sometimes I find that the hash just sort of wants to melt instead of simmer. To burn slowly, it just sort of melts.
What the hell's
And
that?
it-
That's not hash then.
and it doesn't simmer.
That would be shatter that's all rolled up or oil mixed in too much. That's not even real then.
It's like
Hash.
bubble hash.
Yeah,
Mm.
the bubbles will do that. Yeah,
Oh,
usually
Yeah.
the bubbles will do
They
that.
can't use salt. Yeah.
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 For me, I recommend, like, if you want to use your apple, I find the best is like an Afghani traditional or an old school hash type of a thing where it's nice,
Yeah.
it's gum, it's still pliable. You don't want the harder stuff, obviously, because it ain't gonna stick and it just burns
No.
itself up. It has that shit taste, anyways. But yeah.
Yeah. You know,
So-
it's a nice thing to have. And I gotta make my own hash. I got almost a mason jar full of
I seen
Kef.
your key.
Yeah.
And I just cleaned my Kef container, my joint tray.
I saw
And
That's
that
my
was-
friend gave me this. I don't even like it. She just come in and gave it to me. It's got no labels on it.
It's a nice
chunk of
block.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put that in my apple.
How would you do that? You can't make it into a worm. It's hard. Do you melt it? Like I could make this into a worm.
Yeah, no. You couldn't make it into words. Too hard, eh?
Yeah, it's more keef, like a press keef.
Mm.
Like more like a blonde hash, right? Where they just take a bunch of keef and just push it all together. And
Those
press
are
it.
bowl toppers for me. Like, you know what? That's how
That's
I
what I
smoke
do.
that.
Like, yeah, like this is just like basically we add it to a joint or something too, right? Like,
Yeah.
Or if you have a hookah, those are great for hookahs.
yeah. I don't even have my bongs out anymore. I kind of outgrew all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I used
I know
to
what
have
you
all
mean.
that, just kind of outgrown all that stuff. I don't know.
You gotta
But I was
clean it all.
I got a 15-year-old in the house, right? Like when I was like before, yeah, it was different. My older kids lived with my parents, I didn't have to worry about it. But I've got a 15-year-old in the house, and he's already vaping with his vape pen. I don't need to bring out the bombs.
So my
Okay,
daughter's
It
I-
helps him sleep. I don't care. Like I buy it from him, the legal market for him, and I don't care because he needs it to sleep and he needs it to eat, and I don't care. But I know where it's coming from because it's tested and it's safe, and he's not looking for it from some dealer down at wherever the skate park with who knows what else is in it. So
Yeah. You know what? Like the way I look at that is like, I don't know how it was for you, but I'm willing to bet that you had the same thing I did. We all had that one parent or that one mom or whatever that was super cool. It's like, hey, no, you guys aren't going out fucking partying everywhere.
you coming to see my basement?
Everybody drinks in my basement.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I told them that, but none of them want to
Yeah,
drink. They want
never-
to smoke weed. So they go upstairs to my kid's room and they bring their bong and do whatever, and that's where they go. But the
Their
thing is,
problems
all
are
their
small
moms,
and micro from there, right?
there's 3 of them, but all their moms smoke too, and all their moms know. So it's like they can either come here, go to any of those houses, and I know that when he's out, he's safe. So
Yeah. And if my mom gets a call from your mom, you don't get to come over anymore.
right.
All right, you two. I was going to play this before the last break, but I didn't. I'm going to play it now, though. And this is from the Global Marijuana March, our interview that we had. And then from there, I'll go into break, and we'll come back. And I got 3 things that I want to touch on when we come back, and that includes obviously growing cannabis.
Yeah.
Right. My favorite subject.
Yes. Subject we all enjoy. All right, so off we'll go to break. We'll continue our talk when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here on the Pace Radio Network. But first, you're all going to hear the interview that Dwayne and I did out on the road at the Global Marijuana March. Here we go.
So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier. And it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here. And it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first March. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first March. So
Really?
yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of, like, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So Exactly. Exactly.
More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. Like, like I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So kind of
Not lots of times.
like, so if you don't believe, like, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one. Yeah. But there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically, you march for
access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant, and the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So,
oh yeah.
So, like I said, me being one of them with the march, but there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better. Yeah. So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Show, and we are live with our guest, Dwayne Boudreaux, the bug guy.
Camera. I went to go see if I could dig up this bag of seeds that I still haven't done.
Those seeds have a story, eh?
I don't, I was in Central last year. Some guy just came in and gave them to me because I was hired as their cannabis expert.
Now, Dwayne, you said a lot of important things during the interview, but I've got to think that the funniest thing that you said you might have experienced it last weekend or recently while camping, and that is having a mosquito in your tent. If you think it's something, if you're small, you can't make change or be heard. But yeah, the mosquito. So how was camping? Did you get any mosquitoes?
Not too many. Like time of the year, and you're from the
Yeah.
area, so
Yeah.
the nice thing is they're not too bad that time of year. Barely camping. It was more of what called glamping. It was the only way I can get my wife into the outdoors. She had enough of it a long time ago and decided that we weren't doing anything that resembled roughing it. So
Yeah.
we compromised on a geodome, and I'll tell you, like
A
the moment we
geodome?
got yeah, like so if you're not familiar with it, it's a dome shaped like shelter.
Yeah.
And it has it has a wood stove in it. It had a beautiful observation view at the top, so you could see like celestial bodies. The moon was so bright when I was up there. It was amazing to see. And as a city guy, it's nice to get out and remove
Yeah.
myself from all that artificial light and get real memories and reconnect. And his end game on the it's an eco retreat is what it's called, and he's working towards getting fully off grid and whatnot, but that will take time. It's a bit of an investment for him, but he had a great setup. But I'm not gonna lie, like this thing had a hot tub, like was pretty bougie. I'm not used to these things, but this year's been good that way.
Right, it sounds like a nice place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd
I'll get my lung back. Now, growing of cannabis.
Yes.
As you mentioned, we all do it. Have done it. It's something that we spend a lot of time at doing. I consider ourselves Mother Nature, especially if if you're growing inside. You have to be Mother Nature, and you have to be with them quite often. As they say, if you love them, they will love you back.
Yeah,
very much.
And you gotta make sure your environment's good, right?
Yeah, like that's always the greatest challenge is trying to mimic Mother Nature. And when you think about it, it's so hard to do indoors. And I think part of that's because of the chaos, that the beauty of nature itself. It's a beautiful balance, and it's hard to find an environment where it's going to be ideally humid at certain points and not at other points, and hot at certain points and not other. But it's the sciences that got me in love with it. Like growing cannabis, like growing medicine is my medicine. It's a expression I started using when I became a grower. I probably heard somewhere, I don't know who, shout out to them. And for me, it's just getting through and having that connection. That's when I really started to understand the plant and appreciate it on a level that I didn't necessarily see, like as a person who was just consuming it. And I'm not putting down a consumer. Consumers consume. That's what we do.
That's right.
But like when we start to evolve ourselves in it more, you get to see some pretty neat things. It's cannabis plant's so much more beautiful when it's alive than it is in a bowl.
You find though that most people, that once they start consuming it, they want to grow it, even if it's just in a cup on their shelf. And that's the beauty of cannabis, is it shares its education, and it makes its own community. People come together because of it, right?
Yeah. It's
I
put it with aloe. Like aloe is a healing plant. Everybody has it around because it's medicine. You know that on an emergency, that's something that's going to feel better and help you heal. In a lot of ways, a plant is a plant. Like I look at plants as gardens, so that they're almost the same thing. But like on an emotion, like on a connection level, it is like an aloe or a mint, like that's going to give you a soothing or protect you from a bug on your deck or whatever. Like they're.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of patients would tell you, especially when they were trying to take this away from us, right? A lot of patients that was the one thing that they mentioned, that that's part of it. Getting up every day out of bed so they can tend to their garden was a whole part of why they were alive. And that was one thing we really emphasized when we were fighting for our gardens back, is that what part of that was part of the whole therapy of the plant.
Therapeutic. Yeah, they're growing it for sure. Now, I don't know. Like, do you have a special method that you like to grow? Like some people prefer nutrients in a bottle. Some people prefer living organics. And
So I'm organic no matter what way I grow. So I don't grow with the synthetic in any occasion, but I have slightly different styles indoors and outdoors because of
Yeah.
what it is. Outdoors,
Sure.
it is fully living soil, like it's amendment based. I will give it the optional, or pardon me, like the occasional supplemental feeding later in the season and stuff. But for the most, I feed the soil and let the soil do the work and I do what I can to promote a healthy microbiology system for the plant. I haven't done a good job this year, but I usually keep them pretty good from being pest free and whatnot. And I like to plan, like I like to grow big plants. So because I've grown them in the past, I look at my environment and I knew that, I know that this area here is likely going to give me powdery mildew if I let these plants grow too close to this fence. And, I know how windy it gets at certain seasons, at certain parts of the year. So I build a multiple trellis system when I grow a larger plant outdoors. And I do these things for a little bit of show, but a little bit for the protection of the plant as well. And it kind of serves both purposes. It looks really cool. That's where the show part comes in is nothing like seeing a 13.5-foot trellised plant like in your backyard. That's
yeah, exactly.
It's 8 feet front to back, like it's a single plant. So it's pretty daunting when you come up on it if you've never seen something like that. But the benefit of it is it keeps the plant separated. It allows for better bud penetration, or probably light penetration. It gave me a better yield on my lower canopies, and it kept the bugs and the PM at bay. So as cool as it looked, it had a reason,
Yeah.
So for me, it's like that's definitely the fun part is figuring out the science of it indoors. I grow in tents. I have a large growing area. I'm lucky. I'm licensed for 99 plants, so sky's the limit. I don't grow that many. I grow closer to 4 most.
Yeah. I know what you mean. I've always grown under my numbers. Yeah, but there are times where you need those numbers because in order to maintain things, you need to deal with clones and stuff like that.
Yeah,
So,
we still had 90. We were licensed for 200. We would still grow 90. We'd have 90 clone, like our 30 clone, 30 in veg, and 30 coming off. So
especially from your point, especially like because again you were you were medical and a grower and everything much sooner than I. So the reason I maybe cited you in this is I haven't done large pheno hunts as a grower yet. Like I've done smaller ones, but you need to be able to, if you have specific needs, like now we know, and maybe you knew back then, what strains are going to help you with certain things. You can grow very specific, but you don't just know that. You got to grow a bunch of plants sometimes. And your plant works out, right?
It's not sometimes it's and you find after a while the strain that worked for you for a while doesn't work for you anymore, right? And sometimes you have to mix and match, but and depending and since we started, like since Al and I first started going, the genetics have changed. The genetics have evolved. Now you can get more people are just doing clones. You don't have to worry about running into male because you got seeds. Like there's just so many different methods. Right?
I'm actually still growing the same strain for 14 years now.
Wow.
I've been growing this one particular strain.
3 years is the longest I've kept a strain around. I still have it. It's Destiny's Breath. It's by Atlas Seed was the breeder. I hunted it, so I kept it. I ended up getting a cut back. But when you're a new grower, you just want to try everything.
Correct. Yeah, you do. And
then then once you figure maybe you got more space, maybe you got a license, or maybe you got something you want to figure out, and then all of a sudden now it's out of hand. My library's gotten out of hand. I have 16 different strains that I've decided I shouldn't have 16 mother plants. I need to break this down to 6. You know what I mean?
Which ones?
Yeah, which ones?
Which ones?
So that's where the growth community comes back in, though, right? Because like if you're
Yeah.
good and you're lucky that you got a buddy or a friend or another grower that you can toss a cut at and know that you get it back again one day. Like that's
Yeah.
true value in that, and that's you'll find that in this community. And if you don't have access, you're listening to this and you're a new grower or somebody looking to start growing. This community is great that way. There's always lots of people that are like, hey, I kept this cut. You know, Al's got a cut for 14 years. Maybe one day I'll get a cut of it.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't have a cut of it, but I got a bud of it. No, but you know, Al, I kept telling you I was hoarding this bud. Al
Yeah.
sent me this. Yeah, and this is the G. So I've been hoarding this for like months, but I got one bud.
Grape escape.
You get
Yeah.
the shit that you put it away when your friends are over just in case. It's like no.
No, I put away my really good stuff. I stash away a little bit just for like the rainy days, right? And that bud's been around for a while, but I keep on hanging on to it because it might be another rainy day, and it's good stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The I was able to grow enough to share
so,
around.
Like, finished off the indoor growing part. I do grow. I do bottle. I'm sorry. I do use in a nutrient line. It's called Green Rush Nutrients, and it's really simple. It's water soluble. It's fully organic. It's an Ontario-based company, and like all the ingredients, like any good product, is listed right there for you. You know exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like it just doesn't. It just works. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I've always find when I read the ingredients, if you can read the words, that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Because there's some stuff. What?
And I always,
What is that?
I always used. I was always like using liquid. I always do, but I used Remo's nutrients, and that's what I used.
Right?
Yeah, so I used Remo's nutrients from the time when Remo first brought it out, and prior to that, I used Advanced nutrients because Remo was with Advanced. So I kind of went along with Remo and Sandra with their nutrients, and that's I walked into his garden when I went to Vancouver and went, "Holy fuck, am I ever an amateur?" His boy came out.
Like indirectly, I found like same thing. You found I followed a person. So like Joe, the owner of Green Rush Nutrients, worked for another nutrient company. I won't mention. They're still operation, and I've said more about them in the past. So I'll just leave them out. Bottom line, he ended up leaving them and starting his own company, and I was fortunate to kind of be there at the early stages. He asked me to try it and see if it worked. So we gave it a nickname. We called it Mystery Plant Food X before it was known as Green Rush Nutrients, and got a couple other people to try it too. And we did like this little test and see, and the plants look great. So ever since then, it's they've built this great business off of really just kind of helping growers. They do banners, they growers logos, and
they sponsor cannabis cups.
You know,
they sponsored my cup. Like they're all like I've known them for like forever.
Yeah,
so I know
exactly. So when you find people that support, like not just you, but like also the community around you and whatnot, and they happen to have nutrients that fit your growing model.
Yeah, but Remo walks the talk, right? Like Remo was with us.
Remo. I've met him a few times. We're not friends, but like I wish.
Yeah, no, but like when I was telling you about like writing the policy with the Liberals in 2014, Remo and Sandra were there too. So he's always walked the walk. That's the one thing about him.
Last time I've
normal
seen Remo for a while, but I see the first time I think I met Remo was at Lyft, and I said, how are you doing? And, introduced myself. He goes, hey, how's it going? He goes, hey, what are you doing? I said, what am I doing? He goes, we're going across the street. There's a 420. We're going to do a smoke, and we're going to, I don't recall exactly who it was. And I apologize for not having that name, but
Tracy.
Pardon me?
Tracy Curley's Tracy's Lounge across the street.
Right across the street from in the park.
In the park, yeah. Tracy Curl.
Yeah. So anyways, my point being is that's the very context I met him. He's like, hey, we're gonna go over and we're gonna pay some dues and some legacies. We're gonna go see some OG shit. Come on. I was like, right on. So, that that's the summarized version. That's not what he said. He said he put it so much better than I did, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
And he stopped to talk. Like, my buddy there, he's a breeder,
Tracy was a long time, very popular, very well known
he
cannabis
stopped to
advocate.
he stopped to talk to my buddy, which I know meant a lot to my buddy too, who's a breeder. And they talked. They'd met before, and he was giving very nice critique on his bud and stuff like that. He found it very helpful. He's like, the nose that guy has is amazing, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Like he could be like, this is like, and like potential pre-1985. It's like what the fuck? It's like a toucan of weed. It's truly amazing.
And then he walks around with a suitcase.
Yeah.
Or a shoulder full.
Yeah. Okay, now to sort of switch gears. Before we close up. I know that the date has come and gone, but I still think that it's something that's a worthy cause to be brought up and to let people know. I see that you've been involved in a fundraiser for a family member with cancer.
Yes. So, unfortunately, I think cancer is one of the things that affects everybody. Unfortunately, it's gotten my family a little bit too much over the years. Lost my brother last year, and my aunt's a real warrior. She's done, is it 46 rounds, babe? I think 46 rounds of chemotherapy, and she's still going. Like, she's not a young woman anymore, but she's always been a fighter. And so, when things like this happen, you do what you can. My family asked me, as the bud guy, to put a package together, and because she takes RSO, which I got from the community. Okay, so she's been using Rick Simpson oil as part of her treatment and whatnot. So cannabis being a part of it, they wanted to have a cannabis prize. So that's what you've seen. It was a Bob Marley style party in a sense, and we were able to do a lot to help her out. So thank you for bringing that up. Like, it means a lot, and to be able to actually, like, when you see cannabis helping people on that level, it's just like it changed my mom's opinion. Like, my mom, who's always looked at things as like cannabis, like my dad was not a good person to her, as he was a drug dealer back then. Like, cannabis was some of it. So she had all these things in her head about what cannabis was, and it's always like, you're being a goof if you're on it or whatever. You're being goofy teenager, or you didn't get this done because you were stoned or whatever. Like, these kind of things. So she's always looked at it very, very badly. And then it saves like her favorites, like her sister. And she'll tell anybody in the world now that like cannabis saved my sister. Like, it's amazing to see that. When you see that in your family, like, like when they believe too, that makes you feel like, wow. It feels so
Seeing is
validating.
believing. Seeing is believing. It can switch someone like that on a dime.
Yeah.
That's right.
Like I said, my mother worked for the RCMP for 30 years, was president of Crime Stoppers.
Yeah.
She's telling all her old lady friends to come get a hold of me about topicals. So yes, I've seen it.
But now, obviously, care is still required, still going on. My understanding from your post, this is the treatment that she's taking is not covered by OHIP. And this is costs out of the pocket, and this was part of the fundraiser. So, I know the date has gone by, but is there still some type of fundraising?
Yeah, I mean, there's an active GoFundMe. So it's on my Facebook page. I gladly repost it. I gladly send it to anybody if they'd like to help. So yeah, unfortunately, not everything's always covered. And as good as it is to have the coverages we have, this is one of those cases. So she has a monthly disbursement of $2,700 per month that she has to pay. So I mean, like, she's long past her years now. So that's a lot of money to anybody, especially in the event. But we've been able to we've been able to do quite well for her to get her some breathing room in this case, but it's unfortunate that it's always going to be the case until things
I
change.
don't understand how that's happening.
Yeah,
How are they
yeah.
making her pay for that? Like,
yeah.
You heard me talk at the beginning that I just did my treatment before the show tonight. It's not cheap. Like you said, she's got this $2,700 fee. I do my treatments every 8 weeks, and it averages out to about $2,700 a month, $5,500 every 2 months. It costs for this particular drug. And the thing is, I know when I started, it wasn't covered through the plan that I was on, and it needed approvals. And yeah,
her husband had like a great coverage through his union, and like for the longest time it seemed like everything was okay, but like as it progressed and it spreads, your needs change.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
And then
That's
there could be
like these private insurance
caps on
companies.
your coverage, all types
Yeah.
of things.
And
Yeah.
yet you're paying these insurance companies off these paychecks and your pensions and whatever else to cover you because it's prescriptions, right? The government doesn't like no government coverage at all for prescriptions. And then if you're in Ontario, he's likely gonna, tell Trudeau to stuff his pharma up his ass like the rest of them. So,
All righty. Oh, what else I got on here? Okay, now send me the link for any of that GoFundMe thing, and then I will post it.
I'm gonna have to, please.
Yeah. Okay.
To have, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the HAPA link?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
absolutely.
Oh, you need to have a link. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I must have one of those because I know that I know nobody in British Columbia has one, unless he's So I'd like to be the first.
Yeah. I took it. We went away. I took it with me. It's just straight hash. Like there's no, like when I was younger, we rolled it with tobacco, right? I don't smoke
that's what
tobacco.
like even as a smoker, it's just like I don't like it together. I like it separately. I'd like to appreciate each for what it is. You know? So
I prefer, like, I'll smoke it with cannabis in it, but I prefer not to smoke it with cannabis because you're not getting, like, it's all mixed together, right? So
That was actually how I first started smoking was hash and tobacco in the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Because we couldn't even get cannabis, right? So
Hash
it's like
was
you'd
my
have to
first
roll it with tobacco and a paper.
Hey, I don't get me wrong. I know that some people look at that glass and go, "Oh, I don't need that." Hey, I have knives too. Okay,
Yeah, right.
I have a hookah. I have a lot of things, but I'll tell you, I haven't used my hookah since I got the apple.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah. Well, it's easy to carry around.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's
Yeah.
it's a little quicker. Like the thing is what I enjoy about it, and part of the thing is like it's not going to brew in seconds. Like it takes a little bit of time, and I find like some of the better times that I have when I'm enjoying cannabis, whether it be medically or recreationally, is when there's a process involved. I think that's why I really like the dab is because you really got to slow right down. There's a process. You got to be patient. You got to get to a certain degree. You want it to cool down a little bit. Like there's a process involved in doing that dab. And,
yeah.
So like when you're smoking a big blunt with that hash worm in it, same thing. You're slowing down. You're taking time for yourself, and it's part of your regimen. That is worth as much as what you're consuming in a lot of ways, depending on how you feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah.
Right?
Very true. Very true. All righty. I see we got a couple minutes left, so it's shout out time, person, place, a thing, website, so on and so forth. If you've got more than one, by all means, go ahead and mention it, so on and so forth.
All right. So I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm very easy to follow online on Instagram. D the Bug Guy, no spaces. It's just like the caption that you're reading as you're watching now. So I'm at D the Bug Guy. Same thing on YouTube. I do have a YouTube channel. You'll find more of my grow contents there. More of my goofing around, having things, product reviews, and fun is generally my Instagram account. I'm Dwayne Boudreau. It's going to be posted. If you're seeing this on Facebook, I imagine there's likely my name will be in there somewhere. If not, I'll definitely comment in the video. You can find me that way. I appreciate everybody. I'll do my best to follow you back. Shout out wise, I'd like to take the time to thank you and you for having me on. First of all, I'd like to thank, I'd like to thank like the cannabis community for having these discussions and for being so cool about it. Like these are the real important things in my world. You know, I would like to appreciate anybody who ever took the time to invite me out, to educate me. You know, anybody who ever came to my place and blazed with me. You know, anybody who ever tossed me a bean or just said that my girl looked like shit and was right. You know what I mean? So I respect each and every one of you. I thank you so much for that. Thanks. Word up to Green Rush Nutrients. They're my people. They're my day ones. TMB Naturals, another great Canadian organic plant company. Burmabec, they're out of Quebec. So like I really do love this community, and as much as I talk about myself in these things, I really love just talking about everybody else. So thanks for all those people who gave me a chance to do it.
Yeah, good one. That's a good one. The I've found that because I don't work. I'm on disability due to my Crohn's, but it's given me something to do in my life.
Yes.
Okay.
Purpose is so important. You know, and
Correct.
one last shout out if I can. I'd like to shout out to the Canna Helpers. Canna Helpers right now, or I both independently, but I'm part of the Canna Helpers as well too. What we're doing is we're doing what we can to raise awareness for the street community's needs. So at events we are both using our own resources as well as you know, pulling together with other people in the cannabis community to make sure that we can leave a good impression on the cities and places that we go by trying to help their local situations. It's pontooned into bigger things. Like the last event, we're in Hamilton. We handed out several hundred personal hygiene packs that had anything between ibuprofen to water. We had pizza parties with some of them and stuff like that. And these were out of our own pockets. And I'm not saying this like for clout. I'm saying this because it's important to let other people know that you do these things. It's not about like, woe is me. It's about, you know what, when you can, you do it. And sometimes that's just enough where somebody goes, you know what, I can do this. And it goes back to what you said and what we said in the video. If you think you're too small to make a difference, then you sleep in that tent with that mosquito.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Alrighty, great shout out. And the Canna Helpers, I have seen them posted online. The Church of Peterborough is involved in that. Yeah, exactly. All right, Tamara.
No, thanks for coming on. It was great to meet you, and I hope that you keep on, spreading the word and educating people, because it sounds like you are a great advocate.
Thank you so much. It's fun to do this. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah.
It's always, it's great. We get to meet new people and all that. Hey, talk to them about different things. So, and we try to make it just a conversation between three people.
Yeah.
Right? So, and someone's listening and watching. All right. Other than that, Tamara and I will be back next week. You can find the Pace Radio Show. We're on Facebook. Unfortunately, we can no longer broadcast live to Twitter because Twitter now wants some money to do that. All right. You can find us online, paceradio.net. Thank you. Just go to our sponsors, legacy420.com, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. Huge thank you to Dwayne, aka the Bud Guy, for coming on to the program and telling his story and getting to know each other. And we will see each other at events this year. I know that.
It's the next one.
That's right. All right.
Too, gal.
Thanks, Tamara, and thanks for everybody for tuning in to our watchers as well as to our listeners. Thank you and good night.
Night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 PACE, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Whoa, 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 Tracks fade where the black top ends. Truck door slam, then his roots and stem. Camel cabs in a crooked line, laughing low, saying this our time. Hey. We're just guys hiding in the forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody about to steal the show. Guys hiding in the forest. Of course, it's trouble when the backwood boys all show up in force. Yeah, if you hear that laugh through the leaves at night, you better bring your game and you better play it right. Oh yeah. One string plucked from a falling log. Lego jump starts to stir the fog. Jaw hard snaps with a crooked grin. Spoons keep time on a dented tin. Clack, clack. We're just guys hiding in a forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody about to steal the show. Guys hiding in a forest, of course. It's trouble when the backwood boys all show up in force. Yeah. If you hear the laugh through the leaves at night, you better bring your game and you better play it right. Hey. Circle up close where the fire burns low. Your turn, my turn, fast and slow. Wrong, no, right, green. That's a rule we wrote. Win or lose, we all go home. Horse in the throat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're just guys hiding in the forest, shadows shaking in a pine tree chorus. If you hear that twang, you already know somebody about to steal the show. Guys hiding in the forest, of course. It's trouble when the backwood boys all show up in force. Yeah. If you hear a laugh through the leaves at night, you better bring your game and you better play it right. Hey.
Mic on, red light, lean in, hit live. Pull up a chair to the table, 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable, little green leaf on the label, big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
from the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will.
Protest,
protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach, people listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm. Stop the riot, now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Protest, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February 26th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, we have Cindy, and it's almost like we must say goodbye to February.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, 2 more days, and then it's March.
March, exactly. Boy, it's the 6th of the year already gone by.
Craziness.
It is. It is. So, how was your time away?
It was good. I mean, I was up in your neck of the woods. I went up to Toronto. So enjoyed some cannabis stuff going on up there. Got to see a couple of the boardroom lounges. Matter of fact, I was in all of them. And I ended up going to the comedy club by the boardroom because they have down on St. Clair, their boardroom down there is also a comedy club.
Yeah.
Which was like, if you're in Toronto and you need a place to go have a puff, the boardroom is amazing. And if you are there during one of their comedy events, which I think are every Saturday night, the boardroom down on St. Clair hosts them. And what an amazing spot. the only issue that I had with the whole place is that there was no ventilation. So 50 of us hot boxed a room together. It was pretty epic. Yeah. Didn't need to light a joint. I just inhaled everybody else's. So
Yeah, well, you know, there are places now that will fine or possibly jail you for excessive smoke.
yes. Thank God Toronto was not one of them, because we all would have been jailed.
I think that was Massachusetts that has that going on.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a good time. I got out to Niagara Falls for a day. You know, I got to see the falls in the winter, and you know, visit the Hard Rock Cafe in Niagara Falls.
And you did this ride. You're telling me before we went live, you did this ride while you were there.
Yeah, there's these new things that are take flight rides. You know, kind of sort of. When I was out in Vancouver, I almost did. They had fly over Italy and fly over Vancouver, and I was going to go to those and just didn't find the time. But I had the chance to do the fly over Niagara, and so you're in a chair, and like there's a row of chairs, and you sit down, and like it's you know on a machine, so it's almost like a ride. So the chairs get picked up and turned around, and then you're surrounded by screens. And I got a tour of Niagara. For this one. So they literally, it's almost like being on a roller coaster, and your seats are moving and doing crazy things. And you get to see the whole place, both in winter and in summer, what it would look like. And the virtual reality aspect of it comes with, you know, like they have water spray that comes out when you're near the falls, or if they're taking you over the flowers, you smell the flowers. And so it was very, very realistic. It was very cool. And, you know, and even though I knew I was on a chair and when I was holding on for dear life, because like it felt like you were on a ride, right? It's crazy. I highly recommend it. If you ever get a chance.
Good. All right. Well, thanks for the update on how your weekend was. So I think it's time for us to get on with the news.
Absolutely. Our first story today is coming to us from StratCan. Here in Nova Scotia, introduces a bill to strengthen cannabis enforcement. And I just realized that I need to go over here and scroll down a little bit so y'all can see the headline. Here at home in Atlantic Canada, the Nova Scotia government has introduced new legislation aimed at tightening cannabis enforcement. And it's already sparking conversation across both industry and consumer communities. Oh, yes. According to StratCan, the proposed bill would expand enforcement powers related to legacy gray area market cannabis sales, particularly targeting unlicensed storefronts and online sellers operating outside the province's regulated system. Officials say that the goal is straightforward: protect the legal market, of course, and ensure products sold to Nova Scotians meet safety and quality standards. Well, I could go on about that, but I'll just read my story. Provincial, I know you're laughing back there, Al. Provincial representatives argue that while legalization created a regulated pathway for cannabis sales, illegal operators continue to compete with licensed businesses by avoiding taxes, testing requirements, and retail regulations. One government statement emphasized that enforcement updates are meant to support compliant businesses while addressing ongoing illicit activities. Support compliant businesses while addressing ongoing illicit activities. The legislation would allow stronger penalties and clearer authority for inspectors and enforcement officers investigating unauthorized cannabis distribution. Supporters say this levels the playing field for legal retailers who must follow strict provincial rules through the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation system. However, critics note that enforcement-heavy approaches raise familiar questions from the pre-legalization era. Some industry observers argue that persistent illicit markets often reflect pricing issues, limited retail access, or consumer preference rather than simply criminal intent. The move highlights ongoing reality across Canada. Nearly 8 years after legalization, cannabis policies still evolving. Governments are now shifting from legalization rollout towards long-term market stabilization, trying to balance public safety, economic opportunity, and consumer demand. As this bill moves through the legislative process, Nova Scotia may become another testing ground for how provinces refine cannabis regulation in the post-legalization era. One of the things, Al, we talked about this before we got going today, that they're trying to do is put more of a strong arm on the landlords here in Nova Scotia.
Yes.
Charge the landlords as well as charging the people running the business. Because right now here in Nova Scotia, landlords aren't affected. They're threatened to be affected, but they're not. You know, and we watch this here, you know, like I can focus on the pharmacist dispensary that we had for years. And the RCMP tried to strong arm the landlord of that building to kick them out. And the landlord said, I'm not responsible for the business, and they pay their rent. They're very respectful. They're very good, and I'm not kicking them out.
Yeah, I know that Ontario has it because of situations in Toronto over the years. BC has those types of laws, so I just assumed that was almost like straight across the country, but apparently it's not. Now I also see here in the report it mentions that when it comes to storefronts, a recent report shows that there are twice as many illegal stores versus legal stores. You know, why wouldn't the province up that?
Yeah, the province here in Nova Scotia is weird. Like, we've always been behind the 8 ball with everybody when it comes to any of this stuff. Like, I mean, whether it's our storefronts, our cannabis is in our liquor stores. We have one store that's a standalone store, but it's surrounded by 3 booze stores.
Right.
Right. You know, and the illicit market, the indigenous market, whatever you want to call it, the gray market, the legacy market is offering this medicine, this cannabis, this plant where you can just walk in and you're just surrounded by plant.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and they are, like, I mean, they are in a lot of spots where the liquor store doesn't have a cannabis store. We only have 51 stores here in Nova Scotia.
That's what the report says, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's like a street in Toronto.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously. My Airbnb, like 2 brand new stores opened in the 5 days I was there around me.
There you go. Yeah. Yep. So, and you know, that might help. You know, people are obviously voting with their feet and their money, going to the other stores. So,
and these stores do pay taxes. Like, they are running legitimate businesses where they may not tell the government everything that they're selling, but they pay their taxes. They give money back to the communities. You know, and, you know, what I stopped myself from saying when I was reading there is, you know, they want to make sure Nova Scotians get good, reliable cannabis. Well, I was injured by the cannabis that you sold me at one point in time. So,
and was for the all those years, you know, centuries going before legalization, I didn't see the hospitals lined up with a bunch of sick people.
Nope. I never went for medical help for like cannabis issues until I got injured by bad cannabis that was approved by the government.
Yeah. So, all righty. Time for us to move on to the next story. This one is coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says German cannabis prescriptions increased 3,300% from 2024 to 2025. Now, Germany's emerging legal cannabis industry is booming, which is no secret. However, recent reporting by Investing News Network is shedding news insight and helping quantify just how historic the rate of growth is. It says here that Germany's medical cannabis market exploded in 2025 with prescriptions surging 3,300% from March 24 to December 2025, according to Bloomwell Group's Cannabis Barometer. Now, they reported Investing News Network in its original coverage. Now, that's according to Nicholas Kaparanes and Julian Wichman, co-founders of the Bloomwell Group. Now, that's a Frankfurt-based cannabis company that operates Germany's largest digital platform for medical cannabis. They say, as someone who has been involved in Germany's medical cannabis movement since its earliest days, it's incredibly encouraging to see how far we've come in short time, according to the spokesperson. Now, the exponential growth, or the huge growth in medicinal cannabis prescriptions in Germany during the specified time period is paralleled by dramatic growth in medical cannabis imports. Now, during the first quarter of 2024, Germany's medical cannabis industry imported just over 8 tons of products from other countries. And that jumped to nearly 57 tons in the third quarter of 2025, which is the most recent period reported by the Germany's Federal Institute for Drugs and Medical Devices. 3,300% jump in medical access. Like, it's just crazy. That's a huge number.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
and look at all the cannabis that they're importing.
Yeah, tons and tons.
Tons of it.
Germany's medical cannabis market was valued at over 2 billion euro in 2025, serving 800,000 patients. And they're averaging, what did it say over here before I close the story? €5.20 per gram.
€5 per gram,
which is about $11 here. Ish.
Yeah, $10. Yeah, for sure. That's about what it is here, is it not? At the stores,
depending on the stores. I mean, anywhere between I can go get I can go get a rolled gram joint up at the liquor store for I think it's like $6.95. It's rolled in a cone. Right?
Yeah. Okay, Germany's exploding.
It's pretty awesome.
Awesome, exactly. All right, time to move on.
Yeah, on to our next story, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. The story is Cannabis Shows Comparable Efficacy to Lorazepam. I think that's pretty cool. New clinical research is adding to the growing conversation around cannabis as a potential therapeutic alternative for anxiety treatment. A report highlighted by International Cannabis Business Conference describes a clinical trial in which cannabis demonstrated effects comparable to lorazepam, a commonly prescribed anti-anxiety medication belonging to the benzo family. Lorazepam is widely used for acute anxiety and panic disorders, but it also carries very known risks, including dependency, sedation, and major withdrawal challenges. Researchers conducting the study explored whether controlled cannabis formulations could provide similar symptom relief while potentially offering a different safety profile. According to the findings, participants receiving cannabis-based treatment experienced anxiety reduction outcomes similar to those taking lorazepam during the trial period. Researchers emphasize that dosing, cannabinoid composition, and medical supervision were critical factors in achieving these results. One researcher noted that the findings suggest cannabis may represent a viable therapeutic option deserving further rigorous investigation, though they cautioned that more large-scale studies, of course, are all still needed before widespread clinical substitution could be recommended. Importantly, the study does not suggest patients replace prescribed medications on their own. Instead, it contributes to a growing scientific effort examining whether cannabinoid therapies could complement or eventually reduce reliance on certain pharmaceuticals. There are many of us out there who did just that and are off the pharmaceuticals. I am one. As mental health treatment conditions do involve, studies like this reflect a broader shift in medicine, moving towards personalized approaches that consider multiple therapeutic tools, including plant-based compounds, once excluded from the mainstream research. For clinicians, regulators, and patients alike, the question is no longer whether cannabis has medical potential, but how best to integrate it safely and responsibly into modern care. And I agree with that. Like, I am one who walked away from pharmaceuticals. I did do it under a doctor's supervision. We learned the cannabis medical side together, and got me off of everything that I was on. So I only need to take it now if I'm like having a surgery or if I need an antibiotic. I mean, like I'm, and as many of us are like, I mean, you never got hooked up into the pharmaceuticals, but you use cannabis instead of pharmaceuticals, and you know the efficacy of them. So it's nice to see them doing the study.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I chose cannabis over opioids. Just only had to have them while I was in the hospital. Now I was going through the story here, and two things I wanted to mention. The first one was you mentioned about the side effects of lorazepam, and I see here it mentions life-threatening breathing problems, drowsiness, or coma if used along with certain medications.
Seizure as well.
Yeah. I'm going, what? And they say that the investigators found that medical cannabis use was associated with improved outcomes across multiple metrics. This includes better reported sleep quality, a reduction in reported anxiety, as you mentioned, improved health-related quality of life.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If I think of the quality of my life when I was on all of those medicines, Ativan, benzos being two of them actually, because I was on Ativan and clonazepam. I mean, I didn't have a life. Like, like in the 24-hour day, I would sleep at least 18 hours, if not more. And then the rest of the time that I was awake, I was very much no life.
To compare the side effects, the reported side effects from people there was a couple of people who dropped out, and they said the reported side effects, the worst ones were dry mouth and fatigue.
That's why I always have a bottle of water.
Yeah, I always have water right there. Well, we do a lot of reading too. So yeah. All righty. On to our next story. This one I have to get ready and bring up before I do that. And then we're going to go to break. I was too busy reading your story to do that. But I got it ready now. So here we go.
Here we go.
This one's coming to me from Marijuana Moment. American support for legalizing psychedelics is where marijuana was in the 1990s before state reforms, according to the polls. Now, support for legalizing the use of psychedelics might relatively be low today, according to the new survey from RAND Corporation, but public opinion on the issue seems to be closely following in the footsteps of cannabis reform movement before the first states started enacting cannabis legalization. As more states and localities, as well as Congress, see momentum around psychedelic reform, the poll that was released on Thursday shows that Americans are currently feeling relatively tepid about the prospects of expanding access to hallucinogenic substances. However, there's reason to believe that could change dramatically in the years to come if cannabis-related polling is any indication. For now, just 23% of respondents said that psilocybin mushrooms should be legal, and even fewer, that's around 10%, expressed support for legalizing LSD or MDMA. By contrast, RAND's data reaffirms that there's a strong majority support, that's at 65%, for the legalization of cannabis. Of course, it's relatively early for the push for psychedelics reform, and a look at the public opinion trajectory for cannabis may offer a window into what's to come. Support for the legal use of psilocybin mushrooms is similar to what it was in the mid-1990s, just before the state medical cannabis laws started to implement, according to this poll, which the author's adding that it's unclear whether psilocybin will follow a similar trajectory in terms of public opinion or policy challenges or changes. The think tank said that there are some reasons that could explain the trend. For example, one could also better understand the current sentiment towards psychedelics in the context of how opinions have shifted around same-sex marriage. Support for legalizing psilocybin was high, 62%,
among those who have used psychedelics. Similarly, 80% of the adults who have used cannabis are in favor of the plant's legalization. Now, only 42% of those who support the legal use of psilocybin say that adults should be able to use them for any reason, while 56% it says it should be allowed for medical purposes. Overall, just over 10% of respondents said psilocybin should be allowed for any use. And for LSD and MDMA, that percentage drops to under 10%. And support for the medical use of the three psychedelics is all under 30% for the general public. There you go, Cindy. Got a bit of an idea of how people are feeling about psychedelics and the use of them. There's some good news in there, and some news that the numbers are low. I thought it might have been a little bit higher, but as more information is coming out, I'm sure those numbers will grow.
I hope so. Like, I'm a little shocked that some of them are under 10%.
Yeah,
but I like that at least the people that are using it are supporting it. For the majority of them, because they understand that it's the beautiful medicines. And
and when they compared it to people who use cannabis, thinking of it as legalization, the numbers, it's like 15% difference.
Yeah,
it's not a dramatic 50% difference.
Yeah,
right. So that's good to see. But and I imagine they do another survey like that down the road in a few years, just like with the cannabis issue. You probably see the numbers will be going up.
Yep.
All right, what do you say? Time to take a break?
Time to take a break.
All right, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We will be back in about 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're back. We're live, and we got 4 more stories to go. Right, Cindy?
We do. Yeah.
All right, and you've got the first one.
I do. The next story is coming to us from StratCan. There was a U.S. musician who was denied entry into Canada because of for cannabis trafficking charges. Denied entry into Canada. It totally got me. Despite cannabis being legal nationwide, Canada's border policies continue to create complications for international travelers, including performers and touring artists. StratCan reports that a U.S. musician was recently denied entry into Canada due to past cannabis trafficking charges in the United States, highlighting an often misunderstood reality. Legalization does not overcome immigration law. Canadian border officials retain broad discretion to deny entry to individuals with certain criminal records, even those offenses involve substances that are now legal within Canada itself. Immigration rules classify trafficking offenses as serious criminality, which can trigger automatic inadmissibility. The situation has become increasingly common for entertainers, athletes, and industry workers whose past cannabis-related convictions date back to Prohibition-era enforcement in the United States. Ironically, individuals connected to a now legal industry can still face barriers crossing the border. Legal experts quoted the article explain that travelers with prior convictions may need to apply for special authorization, such as criminal rehabilitation status or temporary resident permits before attempting entry into Canada. The case serves as a reminder that cannabis legalization operates with national frameworks, and international travel remains governed by separate legal standards. As cross-border cannabis commerce and culture exchange grow, pressure continues to mount for clearer policies that reflect changing laws on both sides of the border. For now, the message from immigration authorities remains clear. Legalization at home does not erase historical criminal records abroad. And just so we know, the musician was a country musician by the name of Charlie Crockett. Someday, Al, if they ever legalize, we're going to be able to take a day trip while I'm in Toronto and go, hey, I want to go visit Detroit, and just kind of take my doobies in my pocket and run off and visit Detroit and not have to worry. Or vice versa. Detroit can come visit Toronto, right?
Yeah. Well, we can go across the border with our prescriptions, but you got to claim your alcohol.
Yeah.
Now, as far as us headed their direction, just because I wrote articles about cannabis, that would make me ineligible. To go into the U.S. And they say that where is it right here? They say just simply admitting to have used cannabis in the past won't allow you into the U.S. Yeah, and this fella here, I wasn't surprised because I know of a guy. This was years ago, back in the TY Expo days. One of the musicians that were supposed to appear at it got turned around at the border because he had an impaired driving charge in the past.
Wow. Apparently, this is the second time that's happened to this particular artist trying to come to Canada. So I don't know all the details, but I assume he tried and then did a bunch of stuff and then tried again. Did a bunch of stuff and was denied a second time. So
and it was 2 different points of entry.
Yeah.
And I guess it was testing the limits because it could get to the point where he could be arrested for it. So. All right. That, move on to a report from Health Canada in our next story. Here we go. And this is coming to us from StratCan. Headline there, as you can see, says Health Canada provides an update on cannabis sampling rules for producers. Now, Health Canada is reminding cannabis production license holders of the requirements for engaging in activities with cannabis samples, focusing on storage, distribution, documentation, and personnel. Now, all cannabis used for the purpose of providing samples to cannabis retailers must be stored at the site specified in the license. Storage is not permitted at any location other than the licensed site or at a dwelling house including permanent or temporary residences. Cannabis in transit is allowed to be temporarily held at other locations, such as third-party logistics providers, example, couriers and post office boxes, warehouses, or in secured vehicles, such as a transport truck, as part of the documented distribution plan. Now, this period must be limited to what is necessary to reach the final destination. It can never be at a dwelling house or for an indefinite period of time. Now, license holders can only give away cannabis, including samples, to someone who is authorized to produce, sell, or distribute cannabis. For examples, given away at events, it is the license holder's responsibility to ensure that they are only provided to authorized individuals, not the general public. The license holders that they must, the federal cannabis regulators also reminds license holders that they must use appropriate security measures and access controls to limit risks of the products being diverted and ensure that the safekeeping of cannabis during distribution. This includes regular audits, access restrictions, and tracking procedures. License holders are required to maintain records and processes to demonstrate compliance, especially for giving cannabis samples. These records need to ensure traceability, including the recipient's name and address, enable a rapid and complete recall, and be available for audit in a timely manner. While federal regulations allow producers to provide samples to retailers, provinces ultimately have the final say on whether retailers can accept them. While several provinces, including Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, and Ontario, have such activities, including at industry events, others don't have it. I don't know about you, Cindy, but it must be hard to track who the address and the person of every sample that you give out.
Yeah, well, I think like in Ontario, they try to do that with, like if the person has CanSell, that's what they want. Like, like when you go to like
CanSell license.
Yeah. So like you have to give your number.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that's a way to track it without having to take all of that. So in Nova Scotia, I've been to 3 events. Now they were more privatized. So like I'm a veteran. So they were veteran events actually. And, we'll show up and, there's a table full of samples there and we're invited to take them and try them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's legal. But that, I've had that happen here 3 times at veterans events.
Yeah. I got my CanSell and I got samples once, but I can't recall giving my number, but I don't know.
Yeah. I know that while I was in Toronto, a mutual friend of ours went to a legal event. I never asked her what it was, but on a Friday night she went to a legal event and or was it a Saturday afternoon, and I saw her Saturday night and she had this bag full of samples, right? Infused joints and this and that, but she has her CanSell, right? So I don't know how that's happening. I don't know where all the events are. I would have loved to have gone to that event while I was in Ontario because that sounded like it would have been a blast.
As it mentioned in the article, it's supposed to be going to the people who are working in the industry, not the general public. And even though that people can have a CanSell, doesn't mean that I'm working in the industry.
Yeah, I got my CanSell, so if I'm in Ontario and I go to an event, I have a number so I can get the samples. But I don't even live in Ontario. But as long as I have that CanSell, so I can get my samples while I'm there.
Yeah, I wish they would open that up to the public though. Like I've been at events where you can put a little bit, give a donation for a sample of some wine. It comes in just a little shot glass.
Oh yeah, you can go on wine tasting tours and
why not a gummy? Why not gummies, anything like that? Or a cannabis beverage instead of the wine.
Yep.
No reason why it couldn't be done.
Yep.
All righty.
Right. I'm up. On to the next story. This one is coming to us from Ganjapreneur. It's a study which shows a single dose of DMT can reduce depression symptoms. New psychedelic research is drawing attention for its striking findings involving one of the most powerful natural occurring psychedelic compounds, DMT. According to Ganjapreneur, a recent study found that a single controlled dose of DMT was associated with significant reduction in symptom of depression among study participants. Researchers observed improvements occurring rapidly after treatment, adding to a growing body of evidence suggesting psychedelic therapies may work differently from traditional antidepressants. Unlike conventional medicines that often require daily dosing and weeks before noticeable effects, psychedelic assisted therapies are being investigated for their ability to produce meaningful psychological shifts after only one or a few supervised sessions. Researchers believe DMT may temporarily increase neural connectivity and cognitive flexibility, sometimes described as allowing the brain to reset entrenched patterns associated with depression. Participants in the study reported lasting mood improvements following guided therapeutic experiences. One researcher explained that psychedelic compounds appear to help patients access emotional processing in ways that standard treatments may not always reach, though scientists stress that these outcomes occur in carefully controlled clinical environments with preparation and integration support. Experts caution that DMT remains a powerful substance and is not appropriate for unsupervised use. Still, studies like this continue fueling international interest in psychedelic medicine as researchers search for new approaches to treatment-resistant mental health conditions. As clinical trials expand worldwide, psychedelic science is increasingly moving from the margins towards mainstream psychiatric research, reshaping conversations about how depression may be treated in the future. As somebody who has suffered with depression, post-traumatic stress, and who has used some psychedelics to help heal that, I know that they're beautiful medicines that can help people who are suffering without all the side effects of the benzos that we talked about earlier or any modern antidepressant, as the article said, that can take weeks to use to become noticeable in the difference, and you have to take it every day. And for a lot of them, it's multiple times a day. It's 3 to 5 doses per day, and they don't always work. And then you're addicted.
In the article, it mentions that, as you said, the rapid onset, so it works rather quickly, but that one dose can last 6 months
or longer. Yeah,
or longer. Like instead of taking something a couple times a day or once a day, like once every 6 months.
Yep.
Yeah.
And some people need it once. They do their integration and they don't feel the need to come back and do the medicines. So some people walk in and do, Bufo or DMT or even a big dose of psilocybin once. And that gives them that neuroplasticity to reset their brain and move forward. And they never need to come back to it. And some people, need it every 6 months or every 4 months. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it more than every 4 months because of the way of what it does to the brain. It turns you into turns the brain to neuroplastic, where you can make differences and make changes. And you want to give yourself some time to take the medicine, do the integration, let your brain settle before you go back into medicine. It's not like, let's keep pounding it at it. My hope as a facilitator is that you come see me for however long you see me, and then I never see you again.
See you again. Yeah, it's not about bringing you back constantly for services. It's about healing.
Yeah, permanent healing, whereas you don't need somebody like me to always be there for, dosing and psychedelic purposes, right?
All righty. Last story of the day. Here we go. This one's coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the headline on that says, Trump missed an opportunity to promote marijuana rescheduling during State of the Union, according to the industry leader says. Now, President Donald Trump delivered a lengthy State of the Union address on Tuesday, touching on a wide range of policy issues he's championed in the first year of his second term. But to the disappointment of advocates and stakeholders, the president did not take the primetime opportunity to promote his work around cannabis rescheduling. Despite the bipartisan popularity of cannabis reform, he declined to mention a December executive order he issued directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to expeditiously complete the process of moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act. That hasn't happened yet, and the Justice Department has been largely silent on the issue in the weeks since Trump signed the order. Some hoped that the president would use the high-profile speech before a joint session of Congress to retaliate his directive to finalize the rulemaking. But the issue was ignored altogether. Now, Adam Rosenberg, chairman of the National Cannabis Industry Association, said after the speech that the State of the Union represented a missed opportunity to highlight a major gap between federal policy and state law. Nearly every state has legalized cannabis in some form, yet federal laws continue to create uncertainty for legitimate operators. The industry has heard promises before, including support for rescheduling. What's missing is delivery, he says. He goes on to say that federal inaction continues to push state legal businesses with punitive tax treatment and banking barriers while the illicit market operates without consequences. That imbalance is unsustainable. Now, ahead of Tuesday's speech, Marijuana Moment asked the White House whether the president planned to bring up cannabis rescheduling, but a spokesperson simply pointed to a statement from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, that generally described Trump's intent to discuss the administration's many record-breaking accomplishments and his ambitious agenda to continue bringing the American dream back for working people. Now, a DOJ spokesperson told Marijuana Moment last month, meanwhile, that it had no comment or updates to share on the topic. However, an agency official more recently told Salon that the DOJ is working to identify the most expeditious means of executing the EO, which is the executive order. But that paraphrasing is notable, signaling that the department is uncertain about the administrative pathway to finalize rescheduling. Now, the Justice Department's relative silence on the issue has left some wondering if the agency is aligned with the White House, which last month separately touted the president's order as an example of a policy achievement during the first year of his second term. Meanwhile, the White House drug czar recently said that while he loves Trump and almost everything he does, the affection doesn't extend to the pending proposal to federally reschedule cannabis, which he described as a gateway drug that's harming youth. Yeah. I saw the headline this morning. I thought, yeah, I caught a little bit of that State of the Union address, but the stuff I heard, I didn't hear anything about cannabis, and obviously he didn't bring it up. And it is a missed opportunity. It's something that, you're looking at 70% of the country wants. It's legalized medically in 40 states. Recreationally, it's somewhere around 25 states where it's legal. Bringing that up might have been,
Yeah. Over half of his country are sitting in legal states.
Yeah.
3/4 of his country are sitting in medical legal states.
Yeah.
And he's just ignoring them.
And the industries, it has been supporting him, from the reports that I've read. Some of the businesses have been. But yeah, silence.
Silence.
Sometimes they say silence speaks volumes.
Oh, it sure does.
Yeah. And it's been over 2 months since he signed the executive order, and there's nothing happening.
Yeah, and he's completely ignoring it himself.
Yeah. So I don't know. All right. Well, that's it for news wise. Anything else before we say goodbye and we sign off?
Oh, one more thing. Tomorrow night, the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, myself and another board member or two are putting on a social here in Halifax. The Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, come on down. Let's talk psychedelics. If you're interested in building a psychedelic community, curious about psychedelics, come on down and join us. Bring a little snack. We have a little table where we have, it's kind of a potluck thing. I love to bring the 2-bite brownies myself. It's tomorrow night from 7 to 9 p.m. at 1084 Tower Road, and that is the Halifax Shambhala Center. So I really hope to see you there. It's usually a really good time, and tomorrow night will just be about sharing stories of our own journeys and what psychedelics mean to us, and maybe even educating a few people that show up with those stories. It's usually a very good time. We usually at least have a few newbies along with some people who are seasoned. So yeah, I invite you down to the Halifax Shambhala Center for the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society's, social, psychedelic social and potluck. I really hope to see you there if you're in the area.
Patience teaching patience.
Patience teaching patience. Yeah, and that's been the basis of your network since you started it. Patience teaching patience, patients sharing their stories and helping each other. And it was all about cannabis when you started, and I feel very blessed that you've invited psychedelics into that.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Patients helping patients and educating them and sharing the knowledge.
Yeah, for sure.
So all right. Well, thanks for the kind words. And other than that, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. We will be back Monday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And other than that, thanks to the viewers and thanks to Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And yes, I got my order in. Thanks, Pierre. And also thanks to the Camelford Lifestyle Shop as well as at ease.ca. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Ooh, the slab on the table, little brick, all pressed, all gold.
5 tons in the steel frame waiting.
Whole room hush when it flows.
Ross and back,
That custom mold,
fill it up,
tuck tight.
then load and press.
We just trying to keep lungs still shining.
Do it calm, do it clean. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
High in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Loading on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Ooh, see a pack in the mold.
Put it into the Rawson bag.
First squish, then the shine pulls through.
Little river on the parchment flowing.
Big flash,
Clear drop,
that hue.
weigh it out.
Take a breath,
Think twice.
dose right.
Keep the bag in view.
We just squish,
We don't strip, we don't rush. Treat the plant like it's part of you. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow. Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
high in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key. Heat makes the trichome flow.
Rolling on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Smooth as silk,
Brittle like glass.
creamy like milk.
Put in your rig
Light the torch,
or push the button. Get you medicated like nothing. Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go. From the flower to the glow. Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
high in the mind.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's the 710 code. Feel it in your toe, feel it in your head.
The body temperature,
Up it goes.
forehead flex.
Where's the bed?
Things calm down, body sweats disappear. Wow.
Memories of their first dance.
Ooh.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Slow drip, let the pressure go.
Let the pressure
From the
roll
flower
to the glow.
Solving free, keep the spirit in me.
Keep the spirit in me.
All that for harm reduction,
Yeah.
but the method low key.
Heat makes the trichome flow. Golden on the paper like honey on the snow.
That's a 710 code.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.